right, here we go, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the cage here at Landrum High School, the site of the third and final day of the Battle at the Border basketball tournament. It has been an exciting past 48 hours of basketball. Got about 10 more coming up, 4 games slated for today. Games 9 through 12 set to decide the tournament champion here today. Hi, I'm Luke Ruff for Spartanburg District 1 Athletics, and I tell you, if you have not been able to tune in the past 2 days, you have really missed out because this tournament has been off the walls. Saw some excellent games on day one. All of them were pretty close. I think only one was decided by double digits. Then yesterday got off to a slow start, but the main event, Landrum against Boiling Springs, was one of the single best sporting events I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. I've been streaming these games all over the place, arena football, stadium football, high school, college, you name it. Been streaming this stuff for 4 years, and Landrum versus Boiling Springs was one of the best games I have ever streamed. Landrum won that one 72-70. And today, we've got 3 more games to be streamed on this channel, Chapman's channel, and then we'll move over to Landrum's YouTube channel for the main event, Woodruff taking on Landrum at 5:30 p.m. But until then, 3 games slated. We're going to start off today at 10 a.m. Riverside taking on Spartanburg Christian Academy. Riverside ranked number 1 in the current tournament standings. We'll get to those in a moment. SCA number 3, and they've got an opportunity to play spoiler if they can take down Riverside today. At 12:30, Powdersville going to take on Chapman. Powdersville in 4th place, still not mathematically eliminated from championship contention, but they are hanging on by a thread. They'll have to win at Chapman and win big in order to stay in the running. Then at 3 p.m., Boiling Springs and SCA. SCA is playing their 2nd game today. Landrum played 2 games on Monday. Chapman played 2 on Tuesday. SCA will be playing 2 today. They'll go up against the winless Bulldogs. And again, if SCA wants to stay in contention for the tournament, they will have to win that one. If they win out today, they'll get to 3 wins and be one of only 3 teams in the tournament that even has a chance to do that. Riverside and Woodruff are the other 2. And then at 5:30 p.m., our main event, Woodruff and Landrum. Landrum had a great showing against Boiling Springs last night, but Woodruff sitting at number 2 in the standings. They've got to win against Landrum if they want to have a shot at the championship, which they still have a clear route to. They will need a little bit of help from Riverside, but Woodruff can still win, but they got to cover their business first, and Landrum is not going to be an easy win. That's for sure. So, again, just going back over the slate. 10 a.m., Riverside takes on Spartanburg Christian Academy. That one coming up in about 6 minutes. 12:30 p.m., Powdersville going to take on Chapman. 3 o'clock p.m., Boiling Springs taking on Spartanburg Christian Academy. Then we're going to stop this stream, move over to Landrum's channel, and stream our main event at 5:30 p.m., Woodruff taking on Landrum. Now, going back over the standings, things were pretty clear-cut after day 1. Didn't see a ton of shaking up, at least at the top and bottom through day 2. Lots of shifting in the middle. Riverside still on top. They are 2-0 with a point differential of plus 50. They have won their games by an average of 25 points over the course of this tournament. Woodruff sitting tight in 2nd place, 2-0 with a point differential of plus 28. Those 2 are the front runners to win the championship. On the outside looking in, Spartanburg Christian Academy 1-1 with a plus 6 point differential through 2 games. They've got to win this one against Riverside to stay alive in the running. Powdersville 1-1 with a minus 14 point differential. They beat Landrum in the first day and then lost against Woodruff yesterday. Fell to 1-1. Then Landrum, they were 0-2 going into their game against Boiling Springs yesterday evening. Won that one by 2. They are 1-2, point differential at minus 11, but they are still on top of the 1-2 Chapman Panthers despite losing head-to-head. Chapman is 1-2, but has a minus 43 point differential after getting absolutely blown out by Riverside yesterday. The final on that game, 78-44. Chapman dropped both of their contests yesterday. They also lost to Spartanburg Christian Academy 61-46. Just had trouble getting in a groove. And then in 7th place, Boiling Springs. They have had some tough sledding through 2 really tough matchups against Riverside, and Landrum. Their point differential minus 18 through 2 games. Now, again, as I mentioned, if you've got 2 losses, you're really mathematically eliminated at this point. So Landrum, Chapman, and Boiling Springs really playing for pride, trying to be spoilers at this point. Mathematically eliminated from championship contention. Again, Riverside and Woodruff, the front runners. SCA and Powdersville have a shot, but on the outside looking in, especially in Powdersville's case with that negative point differential. But there are a couple scenarios that can play out here. I've outlined 3. First, and what I imagine is the most likely, given the momentum they've built up going into these games. If Riverside and Woodruff both win their games today, then Riverside pretty much has it in the bag. Woodruff is going to have to absolutely take Landrum to the woodshed to catch up to Riverside on point differential. That's the tiebreaker if 2 or more teams finish the tournament with the same record. So if Riverside and Woodruff both finish the tournament at 3-0, don't lose any games, they're going to say, okay, who won by more points through all 3 games? And right now, Riverside has had the higher point differential, hence why they are ahead of Woodruff in the tournament rankings. So Woodruff will need to beat Landrum by at least 23 points to get to plus 50, and then also win by however much Riverside wins by if Riverside wins. It's tough to say exactly what Woodruff will need. We'll know a lot more after this game. But that is assuming that Riverside and Woodruff both win, and that will also eliminate SCA from contention. If SCA loses this game, they drop to 1-2, and they are done for the day with 2 losses. But now this is where things start to get interesting. If Riverside loses and Woodruff wins, then Woodruff moves to number 1 as the last undefeated team, and they win by default. Riverside is going to move to either second or third, depending on whether or not they're able to beat SCA. But then, if you really want to go crazy, if Riverside and Woodruff both lose, we will have 4 teams with 1 loss. Powdersville, SCA, Riverside, and Woodruff will all have a shot at the championship, and we'll go straight to point differential. There are going to be a ton of moving parts in that scenario, so I cannot even get close to saying for certain what will happen or what any particular team will need to win. But right now, we still got to play the games. Game number 9 coming up, 9 of 12. Had 8 so far to cap off the final day of basketball here at the Battle of the Border Tournament. Boiling Springs going to be taking on Spartanburg Christian Academy. Wait. Oh my, that is the wrong scoreboard. Boiling Springs is not playing. This is Riverside playing. I just put up the wrong graphic there, my mistake. If you haven't been able to tell, through 2 games, or through 2 days, pretty much everybody involved in this early morning tip-off at 10 a.m. has had trouble waking up. They have consistently been the lowest scoring games of both days. I would not be surprised if this one is low scoring as well. And we're even slipping up here in the booth a little bit too. But it looks like we're about ready for tip-off. Riverside in red, SCA in white. And the tip-off going to be, Riverside in red, SCA in white. Tip-off going to be between Charlie Myers for Riverside, tallest man in the tournament, listed at 6'10", going up against Sam Wheeler for SCA. Wheeler at 6'5". Like I said, I think Riverside might have embellished a little bit on their roster. I know, especially for my football days, teams absolutely love to do that. And we got a charging foul already. Oh wait, no, they're going to call out a block against Donovan Soriano. So JP Duke for the SCA Warriors is going to have a chance to notch the first points of the game, only 6 seconds in. Duke and Soriano both have had huge showings so far throughout the tournament. Duke's first shot missed. Here he goes again for the first points of the game. JP Duke off the mark, rebounded by Charlie Myers, still scoreless. I told you, people have trouble waking up for this game. 10 a.m. tip-off on a Wednesday during Christmas breaks, a little early for everybody. This is Pharrell Boyagueno. He has had a huge showing as well through 2 games from Riverside. Alexia Turby now gets it over to Cam Hamby. And they tried to send that one inside to Myers. Ill-advised throw taken away by, that's Lathan Moss for SCA, excuse me. Both teams named the Warriors. So that's throwing me off a little bit as well. That one goes out of bounds. Looks like they're going to give it to SCA. Sam Wheeler to check in. JP Duke looking for a man, gets it inside to Wheeler. Wheeler wants to go for it, and that one was well short, rebounded by Turby, and did not go out of bounds. Looked like he might have stepped out for a second, stays in, and Turby driving got the first points of the game for Riverside. And Alexi Turby puts the Riverside Warriors up 2-0. 7:07 to play in the first. And didn't catch who took that timeout, but you've got 3 guesses to figure out what it's for. Maybe need some smelling salts over there. I know I sure need some. All right, Lathan Moss checks it into JP Duke for SCA. Still looking for their first points of the game, 1 minute into the first period. Duke one-on-one with the Turby, flips it over to Moss, and Moss scanning the court, trying to find somebody. Wanted to go to Quattlebaum, instead under some serious heat from Soriano. Gets it over to Sam Wheeler, and Wheeler's able to space things out, gets it to Duke now, and SCA kind of trying to take a step back and examine things. Moss sending it inside to Wheeler. Now Wheeler over to Duke. Duke driving, sends it inside. That's CJ Logan. And now Moss all alone from the three-point line, misses it, and rebounded by Turby, but he sends it out of bounds. So SCA going to hang on to the ball. 6:28 to play in the first. Still a little short-handed staff-wise up in the booth, so no running clock on the stream, unfortunately. Oh, and the quick alley-oop. That one no good. Sam Wheeler off the mark. SCA coming up empty-handed again. The Turby fakes to the inside, gets it over to Boyagueno. Boyagueno driving, now flips it over to Hamby. Hamby gets to Soriano for 3. Soriano, good! He has been automatic from the three-point line through 2 games, and he picks up right where he left off yesterday. Chapman had a nasty habit of leaving him completely unguarded. He had to have at least 20 points in that game. This is Quattlebaum for SCA, down 5-0. Still looking for their first points of the game, 2 minutes into the first period. JP Duke directing traffic. Sends it over to Logan. Logan looking around, taking his time, gets it to that's Wheeler, excuse me. Back to Logan. Riverside's defense playing a lot tighter than they have through 2 games, and it pays off there. I think CJ Logan was getting a little antsy with that one. Tried to send it over to Lathan Moss, and Moss was not ready for it. Yet another turnover. Okay, so the starter's not getting it done. SCA pulling out a 5-man substitution just 2.5 minutes into the game. All right, it's the 3rd day. You're 3rd in the rankings. Got to win to stay alive. I like the decision. And Soriano all alone, got it again. I'll have to get reacquainted with these numbers for SCA. A lot of these are players that I have not seen much of through the tournament. This is William Thomas now. Seen a bunch of him on day 1. Now Lance Moon gets it over to Keyshawn Vichy. He's been on the court quite a bunch. One of SCA's best 3-point shooters. Vichy, you could tell he wanted to go for it. Instead, he's going to flip it over to number 5. That's Dawson Ward. Have not seen him at all. And now this is 11. Riley Markham driving inside, got it over to Thomas, and Thomas almost lost it. And now Dawson Ward taking a few steps back, getting it to Vichy. Vichy looking, gets it to Markham, to Ward. Ward wanted to go for 3 again, but Cam Hamby really has that height advantage over him, and looks like Ward got fouled there. Okay, so another 5-man substitution. I guess that was more of a wake-up call for the starters more than a permanent solution there. Foul does indeed go against Riverside. Not a shooting foul, though. CJ Logan checks it in. Duke tried to get it inside. Ill-advised pass. Batted out of bounds, and I think they're going to say Boyagueno hit it first. So Logan gets it right back, flips it over to Qualabom. Qualabom gets it to Duke, to Moss. Moss looking for Logan. Over to Duke. Again, Riverside, this is far more aggressive than their defense has been through 2 games. They've mostly been content to kind of sit back, but they are pressing hard today, and it pays off yet again. Rebounded by Jonathan Boyagueno. Still a goose egg on the board for SCA halfway through the first period. Alexia Turby looking for a man. Finds Nick Carr, first we've seen of him, trying to box out Lathan Moss. Gets it to a Turby. Boyagueno now driving inside. Might have traveled there a little bit, and rebounded by Chris Williams, and Williams gives Riverside a double-digit lead over the SCA Warriors. 3:26 to play in the first. JP Duke directing traffic. Trying to find an open man, sends it inside to Sam Wheeler. Wheeler looking to get it away with Qualabom. Qualabom gets it over to Wheeler, back outside to Moss, and Moss going to flip it to Qualabom. SCA backing off now. And now JP Duke going right for the 3-pointer, off the mark, and rebounded by Donovan Soriano. Riverside with a chance to take a 5-possession lead if they can sink a 3-pointer here. And Boyagueno wants to go outside the line, gets it to Williams. Williams finds a Turby all alone, a Turby for 3, off the mark, rebounded by JP Duke. Sam Wheeler trying to get a play set up, gets it over to JP Duke. Duke driving inside, tried to get it to CJ Logan, ball's loose, and I think this is going to be, Riverside ball. Boyagueno had a chance to keep it in play, tried to send it in. It bounced off the chest of CJ Logan and then went out of bounds. So it will indeed be Riverside ball. Boyagueno, I apologize, I've been mispronouncing his name. I read over the roster too fast for Riverside when I first saw it. I thought it was Boyagueno. Boyagueno, G-U-E-N-O. This is Pharrell Boyagueno. Driving, and now wants to get it back outside to Alexia Turby. A Turby now going straight inside, flips it to Williams, and Williams got the layup. Still a 4-possession game, but Riverside, or SCA, in serious danger of getting shut out through the first 8 minutes here. JP Duke gets it over to She, back to Duke. Duke for the 3-pointer, and the lefty sinks it. First points of the game for SCA. Timeout called by the SCA Warriors. You can hear the calls from the coach already. You're not playing hard, the message to the SCA Warriors over there. Man, he is fired up. I'm not 100% sure of how much you guys could hear of that. There weren't any obscenities or everything. I know this microphone we use has a habit of picking up just about everything, so I imagine you got the gist of it. You could hear him criticize his players for driving to the basket and then stopping. Again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I just get the impression that SCA has not woken up for this 10 a.m. tip-off quite yet. Now Donovan Soriano driving inside, flips it to Boyagueno. Boyagueno outside to Carr. Carr steps in, and this one off the mark, rebounded by, that's Markham, gets it over to Lathan Moss. Let's see if SCA plays to their coach's liking now. They certainly look to be playing with a bit more speed. Moss gets it out to Keyshawn Vashi. Vashi looking for Duke and sends it inside. Duke driving, got it! SCA got to be happy with the outcome there. 80 seconds to play in the first period. Well, that's Carr getting it over to Boyagueno. Boyagueno for 2, and off the mark, rebounded by Markham, but I think we got a foul. Indeed we do. I think that was Nick Carr grabbing at Moss. It'll be SCA ball. Keyshawn Vashi to check in. Now JP Duke flipping it over to 24. That's William Thomas. Thomas for three, off the mark. Good shot, or good decision to shoot, just a little off target. And this is Alexia Turby driving inside. That one no good, but they're going to call that Riverside ball. No. And indeed they will. Yeah, I think JP Duke was the one going for the rebound, accidentally set it out of bounds. Turby fields it, gets it to Nick Carr. Carr sends it over to Hamby. Hamby to Soriano. Soriano wants to shoot, going inside now, flips it over to Turby. Turby alone, and Turby off the mark. Rebounded by William Thomas. SCA building some momentum here with 30 seconds to play in the first period. JP Duke taking his time. SCA maybe wanting to burn the clock here. It wouldn't be a bad decision to try and make this the last possession of the first period. The Warriors definitely looking antsy though. They look like they want to shoot, but I think they are going to take their time. They might try for it with 13 or 10 seconds left. 13 on the clock now, and yeah, Lathan Moss going to shoot, and he's fouled. Are they going to call it a shooting foul, though? They will not. Moss to check in with 9.4 seconds to play in the first period. SCA down by 7, but building some momentum. Keyshawn Vichy gets it to Markham. Markham to Moss. Moss going to have to take a shot soon. 2 seconds left, and Markham, he didn't realize the time, misread the clock, did Briley Markham. And it might have cost SCA some points. It was going to be a tough shot anyway, but they don't even get a chance to get it off. So that'll be the end of the first period. Exciting first 8 minutes to start out day 3 of this tournament. Riverside on top, but SCA getting back into things after some choice words from their coach during a timeout seemed to get them fired back up, back in 30 seconds. All right, and we're back. I love the 1 minute quarter breaks. It's a nice change of pace from football where it takes about 3 hours. This is Alexia Turby. Riverside starting the second off with the ball. Hamby driving in, flips it out to Turby. Turby for 3, and didn't have a lot of time to set up for it. Off the mark, and a nice break for SCA. Rebounded by Quattlebaum. He gets it over to Duke. Now this is Sam Wheeler motioning some troops around. Flips it to Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum looking, and gets outside. Looks like he's just trying to find an opening or a matchup he likes. Now going to do it himself, driving inside. Got the layup, and a chance for a three-point play here. Shooting foul called against Riverside during the layup. Quattlebaum made it, and he can draw the Warriors within 4 now. Substitution for Riverside. Alexia Turby checks out. He's replaced by Preston Lakix. And Quattlebaum's shot, no good. Still a 5-point game. Preston Lakix gets it over to Hamby to Soriano. SCA definitely doing a much better job of staying on their men. Riverside has not had as many open shooters as they did in their past 2 games, or even in the first period for that matter. 1 minute into the second, Riverside looking around. Boyagueno driving inside, flips it to Hamby. Hamby from the free throw line, got that one. Lead goes back out to 7. JP Duke hightailing it down the court. Now slows down, gets it inside to Wheeler. Back outside to Duke, and that one brought back in by Lathan Moss. Almost taken away by Riverside. This is Quattlebaum now. Quattlebaum looking around, gets it over to CJ Logan. Out to Duke. Duke wanted to shoot. Had Soriano right in his face though. Now Moss tried to shoot. Duke got a window. Sinks the three-pointer. What a shot from JP Duke. Back down to a 4-point lead now for Riverside. SCA right back in the thick of things after going down 12-0 early, and that'll be Riverside ball, but a momentum-shifting defensive play there. Sam Wheeler says no to that pass and knocks it out of bounds. Soriano to check in for the Riverside Warriors. Preston Lakix flips it to Soriano. Soriano gets it to Boyagueno. Boyagueno flips to Hamby. Hamby for three. This one off the mark and rebounded by Boyagueno. We got fouls afterward. Charlie Myers in the game now for Riverside. And Alexia Turby getting ready to sub in as well. And Soriano checking out now. SCA making the substitution as well as Matt Ansell listed at 6'9", 330. I assume he plays offensive line for the football team at that size. Honestly, with those measurables, it would be a shame if he did it. And this one taken away by JP Duke. And Duke, they're going to call out a blocking foul against Riverside. So JP Duke with 2 shots upcoming with a chance to make it a 1-possession game. 5:47 to play in the second. This one moving by quickly. Only been 17 minutes since we tipped off. Duke's first shot is good. 1-score game. 11 points on the board now for SCA. And the second shot rolling around. No! Oh, it was so close. Looks like something that happened in a cartoon. It just hung up there and hung up there and hung up there, and Duke just got the short end of the stick on that one. Charlie Myers looking around, flips to Hamby. Hamby inside to Boyagueno. Boyagueno back outside for Turby for 3, off the mark. A tale of 2 periods so far. SCA, the ones on fire now after Riverside started the game out hot. Sam Wheeler for 3. Oh, just off the mark. Had a chance to tie that up, and this is going to be Riverside ball. Smart move by the Warriors in red not to touch that one on the way out. It's Herbie, gets it to Hamby. Donovan Soriano looks like he's getting ready to sub in, and I think that's William Thomas for SCA. So a few substitutions coming up, and Alexia Turby corrals that one, almost went out of bounds. This is Pharrell Boyagueno. Boyagueno gets it to a Turby. Turby to Hamby. Back to Boyagueno. And Boyagueno to a Turby. SCA doing a good job of guarding that 3-point line, and Ansell blocked it. It falls right back into the hands of Turby, and Turby sinks it after the fact. Riverside back up by 2 possessions, 16-11 with 4:38 to play in the second period. Lathan Moss examining that defense. Now just going to go straight for 3. Oh, and you can see that one turn to the right in the air. He got some great rotation on that ball. And just like that, it's a 2-point game. Hamby flips it over to Boyagueno. Boyagueno to Hamby. Hamby looking around, driving inside, and got a whistle. We'll check the signal, and that's going to be a foul against Lathan Moss. And they're going to call it a shooting foul. So now Riverside with a chance to get this back out to a 4-point lead. Hamby's first shot is good. Still a 1-score game, 17-14. Matt Ansell subs out for SCA. He's replaced by William Thomas. Donovan Soriano in the game now for Riverside. 4:09 to play in the second. Hamby's second shot off the mark. Still a 1-score game. Riverside or SCA with a chance to tie this one up. And Sam Wheeler had a shot at the 3, doesn't take it, sends it inside. And now JP Duke going for the paint shot, no. This one rebounded by Charlie Myers. He gets it over to a Turby. Again, Myers listed at 6'10". He has won a lot of rebound battles so far. Hamby flips it to Boyagueno. Now a Turby for 3, and that one partially blocked, but there it is. Rebounded by Myers and then knocked out of his hand. SCA ball, still a 3-point game. Chris Williams subbing in for Riverside now. Charlie Myers going to take a breather. SCA has not led in this game. They have a chance to tie on this possession. And nope, shooting foul called against Riverside, it looks like. And yep, William Thomas headed to the line now. He can bring the SCA Warriors within 1 point. It'll be, if he sinks these two, it'll be the closest SCA has been to leading since the tip-off. And this first shot is good, 2-point game. Second shot for Thomas. And this one good. Got a 1-point game here between SCA and Riverside. Riverside up by 1 point, 17-16. Soriano flips it over to, that is Julian Iturbe. And now Alexi Iturbe driving inside, almost turned it over, somehow got it to Soriano. Now Julian Iturbe for three, got it! I've been waiting on that to happen. This is the first time in the whole tournament we have seen both Iturbes on the court at the same time for Riverside. They've been subbing out most of the time. It's only been one or the other, so a little fun tidbit. Riverside pulling out all the stops in their final game of the tournament. Sam Wheeler gets it to JP Duke. Now back to Wheeler. Back to Duke. Inside to Thomas. Thomas hesitates, tries for the layup anyway, and that one off the mark. Rebounded by Julian Iturbe. This is Alexi Iturbe. Back to Julian. Inside to Donovan Soriano. Soriano with the layup. And just like that, it's back out to a 6-point lead for Riverside. And you can hear the clapping. They feel like they've got some momentum now. 2 minutes to play in the second period. JP Duke taking his time, trying to let his guys get him into position. They're going to flip this one over to Quattlebaum. Now to Duke for three, off the mark, and rebounded by Sam Wheeler. And Wheeler lowers his shoulder, drives right in to Julian Iturbe, and that's going to be a charging foul against Riverside. Cam Hamby to check in for the Warriors in red. .150 to play. Soriano thought about going for three. Now drives inside, flips it over to Iturbe. Iturbe alone. Short hops it, rebounded by Keyshawn Vichy. Gets it to JP Duke. SCA moving with some urgency. Inside, no look pass to William Thomas, and he's got a shot at a three-point play. Great shot by William Thomas, but I don't know if you could tell on the camera, but that was a no-look pass to the inside by Sam Wheeler for SCA. That was something else. With a chance to get this to a one-score game. 95 seconds to play in the first half. William Thomas from the free throw line. SCA in the bonus now. That was Riverside's 8th foul. And this one off the mark, so still a two-score game. Rebounded by Alexi Iturbe. Iturbe flips it to Soriano, who gets it to Julian Iturbe, and Julian Iturbe falls over. I think we got a foul against William Thomas. Yep, saw the 2-4 there. Blocking foul called against SCA. Donovan Soriano to check in for Riverside. And now Alexi Iturbe gets it to Cam Hamby, back to Iturbe. Over to Soriano. They set that one up and gets the shot. Riverside's bench celebrating for the three. I think we got a foul called against Soriano, though. And I think they're going to take those points off the board. So a good shot there, but comes up empty-handed. 22-18, 72 seconds to play. JP Duke. That was a setup play for SCA. Now CJ Logan driving inside, runs over a man, and all for naught. Eventually brought back in by Alexi Iturbe, who was hightailing it down the court. And have we got a blocking foul called? I think we do. And Alexi Iturbe headed to the free throw line. That's SCA's 5th foul. Foul's not a big factor for them with 57 seconds left in the second, but SCA is one foul away from going into the double bonus. Riverside has fouled them 9 times. Viterbi's first shot was good, his second one good as well. Back out to a 6-point lead, but still a 2-score game. SCA with more than enough time to try and tie things up here. William Thomas gets it out to Markham. Markham over to Duke, wanting to go inside. Instead flips it over to Vichy. Vichy to Markham. Markham had it a lane open. Now gets it to Thomas, to Vichy. 38 seconds left. SCA running out of time. And have we got another foul against Riverside? I think we do. SCA in the double bonus now. Briley Markham with 2 foul shots coming up. 36.5 seconds to play in the first period, or in the first half, excuse me. And indeed, yep, Riverside's 10th foul. SCA in the double bonus. And Markham's first shot off the mark. Markham got one more. And this one got good off as well. So no harm, no foul there for SCA, or Riverside. Again, both these teams named the Warriors. I cannot stop getting them mixed up because of that. This is Preston Lakix for Riverside, kind of taking his time a little bit. Now sending it to Julian Turvey, back to Alexia Turvey, all the way at half court. 15 seconds to play. I think Riverside's going to try to munch some clock here. Turvey catches the block from Williams, driving inside, and no foul called. Eventually brought back in by Turvey. 6 seconds, Lakix for 3. And this one off the mark, rebounded by Duke. He's just going to swing it, and that one, no. It was reasonably close for a shot that came on his end of the court, but it comes up empty-handed. So at the end of the second, things kind of slow down. Riverside up 24-18 in what has been an exciting half of basketball. They've got the clock set at 10 minutes. We'll see you then. Riverside up by 6 in game 9 of 12 here at the Battle of the Border Tournament. All right, so we are back and ready for the second half of action, or at least ready in about a minute. Riverside up 24-18, but let it be known, this is the first time throughout this tournament that a team has actually hung with Riverside and really kept them in check. Riverside has absolutely run away with their 2 games so far. They have a plus 50-point differential and beat Boiling Springs 85-69 on day 1, and then beat Chapman 78-44 yesterday. Only up by 6 against the 3rd-ranked SCA Warriors so far. SCA 1-1. They lost their day 1 game to Woodruff, but then won yesterday against Chapman 61-46. And there's the buzzer. Interesting factoid before we start up the second half. We've been looking at this for a while, and we're not 100% sure, like 99% sure, that JP Duke is related to Chapman High School basketball state champion Wendy Morrow Duke, who was a member of the 1989 Chapman High School ladies basketball team. Basketball apparently running in the Duke family. SCA will start out the 3rd period with the ball. Lathan Moss going to check this one in to JP Duke. SCA has not led in this game, but they have hung with them ever since coming back from a 12-point deficit to start the game out. And this shot off the mark, rebounded by Charlie Myers, who flips it to Alexi Iturbi. SCA's first possession comes up empty-handed. Now Boy Gueno flips it to Hamby, to Soriano. Donovan Soriano, a big reason why Riverside has not scored like they have earlier. He has been held in check for the most part. And now Hamby flips it over to Boy Gueno, to Iturbi. SCA's defense playing tight, and it pays off. Rebounded by William Thomas. Iturbi comes up short on the layup. And this is Sam Wheeler flipping it around outside. Lathan Moss now taking a few steps back. Motions Wheeler over to the corner. Now gets it to Quattlebaum. Back to Wheeler. Over to, that's Moss again. Now William Thomas catching a block. Or no, he sent it to Wheeler. I honestly didn't see him pass that. And now JP Duke right for the 3-pointer. Off the mark, rebounded by Pharrell Boy Gueno. And that's Hamby for 3. Got it! SCA going inside. That shot blocked by Charlie Myers. All 6'10" of him, and Myers slow to get up. I think he's okay. And in the meantime, now Cam Hamby with a chance at a 3-point play. Riverside with 5 unanswered, looking to make it 6 and go up by 12 for the 2nd time. Donovan Soriano to tie the biggest lead of the game. Automatic. 30-18. Duke sends it inside. That's Thomas. Duke back inside. And now Duke with a chance for a 3-point play. JP Duke was the one getting fouled there. 30-20. This to cut the lead back down to 3 possessions. Pharrell Boy Gueno exits the game for Riverside. He's replaced by Nick Carr. And the shot is good. 9-point game, 30-21. Donovan Soriano driving, now stepping back out, looking, finds Cam Hamby. Hamby seeing a lot more playing time than he has through 2 games so far. And got a foul called against Riverside there. This is going to be SCA ball. Hamby has started both games for Riverside, but has usually subbed out by the end of the first period and kind of been a situational guy since. Only 9 players active for Riverside today, though, so that's probably factoring into it a little bit. JP Duke gets it to Drayon Quattlebaum, and now Quattlebaum stepping back outside, gets it over to Duke again. And Duke spinning, almost had that one taken away. Good job of hanging on to it. Quattlebaum now looking for an opening. Again, Riverside, they kind of got away from that tight defense, didn't have much of an impact. They've gone back to it, and JP Duke held on to it for a little bit, and Alexia Turby eventually takes it away. 5 minutes to play in the third period. Riverside looking to go back up by 12. Flipping it outside to a Turby, and the pass goes off his foot. Now inside to Myers. Myers catches it, and I think he got fouled. It's not going to be a shooting foul, but it is a foul called against SCA. Oh, and Sam Wheeler's not having any of that. Alexi Turby going to get another chance to check it in. Turby sends it to Hamby. Hamby to Soriano, inside to Myers. Now over to Hamby. They set him up. Turby had a three-point lane, instead drives in and tried to tap it in, did Charlie Myers, and he can't believe he didn't sink it. Rebounded by SCA. Lathan Moss trying to find a man. Gets it to Wheeler. And Wheeler kind of slowing things down a little bit. Gets it over to Drayon Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum finds Moss for 3. Got it! Back down to a 6-point lead. SCA's got it right back to square one after going down early to start the third period. 2-possession game. Soriano sends it inside with Carr. Now back outside for Hamby. Hamby off the mark and rebounded by William Thomas for SCA. JP Duke now gets it to Quattlebaum for 3, almost blocked by Myers, and I think the hand in the face got to Quattlebaum. That one off the mark and eventually rebounded by a Turby. Now a Turby, and that one broken up. It's going to be Riverside ball, though. And pretty big substitution here for SCA. 3 players coming out. Lathan Moss, William Thomas, and Drayon Quattlebaum all out of the game, replaced by Keyshawn Vichy, CJ Logan, and looks like Briley Markham in as well. And Soriano almost lost it there. 3:43 to play in the third. Still a low-scoring affair so far. SCA has done a good job of holding Riverside in check, and it continues. I think we got a shooting foul called against Nick Carr. He'll have a chance to extend the lead out to 8 for Riverside. Again, SCA has trailed the entire game. It's been tied twice. Once at the opening and then once, I believe, at around 18. But that's been it. And this shot off the mark. He can still get it to a 3-score game if he missinks this one, though. And this one off as well. Rebounded by Soriano. Now Carr looking to get it outside Soriano for 3. And he misses. A rare miss from Donovan Soriano. Brought back in by Carr, and Carr lost it. And Soriano gets a hold of it. So, yeah, right back to really where they were for Riverside at the beginning of this possession. And we got a foul called. I didn't see what that was for. But it looks like it's going to go against Riverside. So SCA will get the ball back. I didn't even see who they called that one against. I think it was Cam Hamby because the ref only held up one hand when he was given the number. And Hamby does sub out. He's replaced by Julian Turby. 3.5 minutes to play in the third. Duke gets it over to Markham. Now Markham flips it over to Vichy, and Vichy looking around. Gonna flip it over to Duke. Duke doesn't have as big of a window as he'd like, sends it inside to Wheeler, and Wheeler almost has it stolen away. Now Duke thought about going for 3, drives inside, flips it back over to Wheeler. Tried to set up the 3-pointer, but the Riverside defense on top of it. 3 minutes to play in the third. SCA still trailing by 6. They have not led. CJ Logan goes up. Oh, and the layup rolls out of the basket. He had it. Alexia Turby with the rebound, flips it over to Donovan Soriano. Now inside to Williams, and Turby all alone for three. Off the mark, and well-timed jump from Sam Wheeler, but are they calling traveling? I don't know how you can call traveling against Sam Wheeler. He didn't have the ball for, I mean, it was less than a second for sure. But regardless, Riverside gonna get it. Now Soriano flips it over to Carr. The Turby driving inside now, splits some defenders and gets the lead back out to 8. 2:20 to play. Briley Markham looking to go back outside, gets it to JP Duke. Dreon Quattlebaum ready to sub in at the buzzer. William Thomas gets it to Duke. Duke for three. The lefty off the mark, rebounded by Juliana Turby. Flips it over to Alexia Turby, and now Nick Carr does a great job of staying in bounds. Can't sink the layup though, pass a little too long from a Turby, and there's a jumping match, and now Soriano for three, and that one rolls out. Brought back in by SCA, JP Duke sends it over to Markham for three, and Markham's shot is short, but rebounded by William Thomas. Thomas goes up, his shot is off the mark, and this one, no, Keyshawn Fashi keeps it in and sends it right to Donovan Soriano. 90 seconds in the third, Soriano got it out to a 10-point lead. 80 seconds to play in the third now. JP Duke looking for a man, finds CJ Logan. Back to Duke, and SCA maybe trying to catch their breath here. That was a lot of running. Thomas for three, short hops it, rebounded by Soriano. And now Riverside slowing things down a little bit. It's Hervey flips to Soriano. Now they're turning on the Jets. Might have been trying to lull the defense to sleep a little bit there. Chris Williams inside for three, two. That one off the mark, and we got a foul called against Nick Carr. He accidentally hit the head of William Thomas. And it's going to be SCA ball. Keyshawn Vashi to check in. .44 seconds, and yeah, the clock stopped for a moment. They've got it back now. Under 40 to play now. I think SCA might be trying to burn some clock. They did this earlier. Just got to the end of the second, or the end of the first period, ran things down to about 15 seconds, and then started going for the shot. And yeah, they're going to run this one down some. 17 to play now, and now Duke going to drive inside. Oh, and that one got pushed off to the right. Hits the side of the backboard. 12.4 seconds to play. Riverside now with a chance to extend the lead. 10 points, if they can sink a three-pointer here, it'll be a 5-possession game. Alexia Turby goes right inside, and he got fouled. 5.1 seconds left to play in the third period. 2 shots coming up for Alexia Turby. And this shot is good. 11-point game. 35-24. And the second shot is good as well. 36-24. SCA just going to have to throw this one up. Only 5 seconds left. JP Duke driving and flips it out to Logan. Logan for three. No. Did not have a lot of time to set up for that one. And so SCA loses 5 points on the overall margin in that period. Down 11 with some work to do, but they have done it. Oh, SCA. Huh. That's weird. They've got Riverside marked at 35 on the scoreboard. I saw Turby make both of those shots. I'm sure they'll, unless there was a three-pointer or a two-pointer that counted as a three somewhere. We'll get that figured out in a moment, I suppose. Into the fourth period, so only an 11-point deficit for SCA, but still definitely some work to do. They have done a really good job of holding Riverside's offense in check, though. That is something that neither of the teams they've played, those being Boiling Springs and Chapman, those teams could not keep Riverside in check. Riverside scored 85 against Boiling Springs and then 78 against Chapman, only 35 in this one. Juliana Turby checking in for Riverside, gets it over to Alexia Turby. Soriano not in the game for the Warriors. Turby gets it to Camby. Pharrell Boyagueno, first we've seen him in a while. And now Juliana Turby driving, spinning, and now wants to get it back out. Boyagueno going to try to do it, and flips it over to a Turby. Now to Hamby, all alone for the long three. This one goes up and rebounded by Charlie Myers, and he puts it in. And yeah, they've got it. Yeah, somewhere or another, Riverside lost a point, but they got it back. 38-24, biggest lead of the game for Riverside right now. Up by 14. Moss for two, no. Rebounded by Boyagueno, gets it to Alexia Turby, and now Turby going to try to do it himself. Oh, and he completely lost the ball on that one. But yeah, Riverside is going to hang on to it. Yes, he ran into one of the SCA defense members. Oh, Boyagueno lost the ball, jump ball, and this one will go to SCA. 6:57 to play in the game. If SCA's got a comeback in them, it'll have to start now. JP Duke had a really good showing in the first half, has been quiet since. Duke focusing, now going to try to do it himself. No, rebounded by Juliana Turby. Moss tried to go for the steal, couldn't get it, and now Pharrell Boyagueno got that one. 40-24. Riverside starting to pull away. Oh, and here we go. Timeout called by SCA. It's been a while since they've called one. It was early in the first period, but I mean, their coach absolutely laid into them. And now it looks like they're going to draw up a play. I saw him talking to the ref right as that timeout was called, and he said he shook his head and said it won't help. So my only guess is that the refs got on him for yelling last time and told him not to do it again. Hence the near total silence in the room now. Feels like a golf match. Now SCA headed back out onto the court. I tell you, it's a shame that he couldn't yell at him because it definitely worked the last time. SCA ended up all the way down by 12, made a three-pointer, still wasn't happy with the way they were playing, called him over, chewed him out, and SCA got right back into it. Had it tied at one point, was down by one possession for a lot of the second period, and since then the game has slipped away. CJ Logan tries to send it inside, and this will remain SCA ball. Ill-advised pass there, though, and CJ Logan's going to come out for it. He's replaced by William Thomas. 3 fouls for either team, so the bonus not a factor quite yet. Probably won't be moving forward. Been a very clean half for both sides. Owen Duke for the long three. No, just off the mark, but rebounded by Dreon Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum, hesitates and bails out of the shot. Gets it over to Thomas. Now Duke for the layup. Got it. Lead back down to 14. Alexia Turby in no hurry. Julian Turby flips it to Boyagueno. Boyagueno to Hamby. Hamby back to Alexia Turby. Turby fakes inside, gets it to Boyagueno. Boyagueno tries to set up Julian Turby. Now the Turby driving in. Oh, Alexia all alone and misses the three-pointer, but falls right back into his hands. Tries for the layup. No. And we got a foul called. And this one's going against SCA. And they call it a blocking foul against Alexia Turby. So he can get the lead back out to 16 with 5.5 minutes remaining in the fourth. This shot good. Turby 3 for 3 on free throws so far. And make it 3 for 4. Rebounded by Sam Wheeler. Haven't seen him in a while. Dreon Quattlebaum just trying to shake some defenders right now. One-on-one with Donovan Soriano. Soriano sends it in, or sends it beside Soriano. That shot blocked from Wheeler. Boyagueno just won the height matchup there. Cam Hamby driving inside, flips it over to Turby. Turby all alone and misses the three-pointer into the arms of Lathan Moss. 5 minutes to play. Moss might be in some trouble, backs out of it, has it stolen by Turby, still going, and into the arms of Donovan Soriano. And Sam Wheeler was going to have to defend 2 players at once. Wasn't much hope for him there. 43-26 now. JP Duke cutting back into the lead. Timeout called by SCA. Oh, and here comes the angry timeout. Yeah, they're planning something now. I heard down to the goal and saw him pointing, so. Half of it was motivational, half of it strategic, I suppose. Down by 14 with 4.5 minutes left. This one not out of reach. Definitely not out of reach. I think we saw Chapman score about 9 points in the span of maybe a minute yesterday. They got to get some kind of momentum going. The angry timeout worked in the first period. Will it work here? We'll find out. Riverside ball. Turby checks it into Cam Hamby. Neither of them in much of a hurry. Now back over to Turby, and now picking up the pace is Pharrell Boyagueno back to Turby. Thought about going for 3, drives inside and trips. Are they going to call this a foul against SCA? I think they are. And this one does go against the Warriors, but it's not a shooting foul. Turby looking, sends it inside to Myers, and Myers has that one taken right away. But we got another foul. This one again on SCA. That makes 6 fouls for the SCA Warriors. Turby has better luck checking it in this time. To Boyagueno wins the jump ball matchup there against Dreon Quattlebaum. Now Alexia Turby driving inside, got the layup. That one will not help SCA's cause much. Back up to a 16-point lead. 4 minutes to play in the game. CJ Logan trying to get a man in space. Back to JP Duke. Duke looking. Flips it to Lathan Moss. Over to William Thomas now. To CJ Logan. Back to Moss. Nobody open. Moss going to try to do it himself. Now Logan gets it to Duke, and Logan had a three-point shot, or at least a small window for one, instead elected to send it to Duke. That Duke's window closed up quickly. And now SCA back to passing it around. Trayon Quattlebaum got fouled. Push called against Riverside. 30 seconds run off the clock on that possession alone. No points to show for it. Sam Wheeler checks back into the game for SCA. And they check it into Wheeler. Going for the alley-oop and got it. 45-31. On pace to be the lowest scoring game of the tournament by far. Both defenses playing quite well. SCA's offense has not been able to pick up though. And there's a break by the defense. A bad pass from Riverside. And now JP Duke thought about going for three, gets it to Moss for the bank shot. Got it! And the SCA bench erupts. Could that be the spark they needed? 2:47 to play. Riverside looking for an opening. Boyagueno driving inside, misses but fouled. And now the foul is starting to become a factor. That's SCA's 7th. Boyagueno going to have 2 attempts here with 2:41 left to play. First shot is good. 12-point lead for Riverside. Make it a 13-point lead for the Red Warriors. Now the Warriors in white looking around. Quattlebaum gets it over to JP Duke. 2.5 minutes left in the game. Got to pick up the pace here. And now Duke going to go for three, too far, and rebounded by CJ Logan. Lost his handle on it and tried to flip it out to JP Duke. It's loose and brought in by Hamby. Hamby has the layup. And that might do it. 49-34. Riverside up by 15 with just over 2 minutes to go. Quattlebaum looking around. Now Moss has it, going to get it to Duke. Duke wants Logan. Going to get it to Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum for three. Nice shot. Next to no setup and still able to sink it. Lead back down to 12, but with under 2 minutes, man, they are just strolling down the court. Now they got to pick up the pace, and Duke with the foul there. One shot coming up for Pharrell Boyagueno. 1:42 left to play. Boyagueno can get Riverside to 50 with this one. It'll make it a 13-point game, 5-possession difference if he makes it. And it's off the mark, rebounded by Quattlebaum. Still a 4-score game. SCA needs some three-pointers though, 90 seconds now. Expect to see some timeouts coming up if SCA can score here. Not even thinking about driving inside. Now steps inside, tried to set it up to Moss. The defense not fooled. Moss gonna try and think he got fouled. Yes, he did. But again, more time coming off the clock. 2 foul shots coming up for Lathan Moss. 1:22 left to play. First shot is good. 11-point game in favor of Riverside now. 10-point game. And Duke tried to foul Iturbe, couldn't quite get the angle he needed, and now fouls him. Good choice by Riverside to have Iturbe be the man going down the court, though, because he has been very consistent on free throws so far. 3 of 4 in this game. Has made several more over the course of the tournament. 75 seconds to play. This to get Riverside over 50. And it's good. 50-39 in favor of the Warriors in red. to make it a 14-point game. Alexia Turby from the line. This one off the mark, rebounded by SCA. There was a scuffle for it, and it falls into the arms of Quattlebaum. SCA down by 11. They don't have time to stand around like this. At least got to try to bite into the point differential some. And Quattlebaum sets it up. Duke gonna drive inside and gets fouled. Clock stops at 54.8. And this shot, no good. Riverside still up by 11. And this one is good. Back down to a 10-point game.
Timeout, SCA. 60 seconds right. The coach starts calling, please. Thank you.
Timeout taken by SCA. And now both teams headed back out onto the court, possibly for the last time, barring any more timeouts. Hamby checks it into Alexia Turby. SCA's defense has definitely done the part so far. They have held Riverside to their lowest point total of the tournament and one of the lowest point totals of the entire tournament between all 7 teams. Only at 50 now. I believe the lowest output was 44 by Chapman yesterday. 41.4 seconds left. Riverside going to get some more foul shots in the double bonus now, and Turby misses that one. Still a 10-point lead. And this one likely out of reach for SCA, but they can still play spoiler a little bit. If they can cut down on this differential a bit, that shot no good, and I think, nope, they're going to call it SCA ball. But as I was saying, if SCA can cut into this deficit a little more, the further they get it down, the more that'll open things up for Woodruff. They're going to have Woodruff still has a theoretical shot at the championship. It is very, very far-fetched now. But they have a chance. We'll get to it after this shot. William Thomas. Thomas got this one. Back down to a 3-score game. JP Duke checking out. He's replaced by Keyshawn Vashid. And this one rolls in, 8-point game, but Riverside has the ball. Expect a foul as soon as SCA gets the chance, and they can't even get a hand on a Turby to foul him. Clock running, 30 seconds, 28.3 the official count, and Donovan Soriano, the one who got fouled. The best pure shooter for Riverside now on the free throw line. But as I was saying, right now as it stands, or at least going into this game, Woodruff had a chance at the championship. They were in second place. Riverside and Woodruff were both undefeated. Looks like Riverside is going to end up undefeated. But Woodruff, despite being behind in the point differential by a considerable margin, can still win the tournament if they are able to beat Landrum and overcome the point deficit set by Riverside. Right now, it's looking like that deficit is going to go to around plus 60. And foul against Donovan Soriano. 52, not 48. Must have given that point to the wrong team. That is 52-42, Riverside.
Toronto back at the line for Riverside.
Every point from here on out makes things more difficult for the Wolverines in tonight's main event. His first shot good by Soriano. 53-42 now. 54-42. Dreyon Quattlebaum trying to find the man, gets it over to Sam Wheeler. About 15 seconds to go. Keyshawn Vichy all alone and misses it. That about sums up the whole game offensively for SCA. Their defense, I mean, you got to give credit where it's due. Their defense has played phenomenally against a Riverside offense that has looked unstoppable through 2 games. They have really exposed them, shown their weaknesses, but the offense just not able to capitalize. 2 foul shots coming up for Pharrell Boyagueno. 11.5 seconds left to play in the game. Again, point margin, a big factor here. First shot is good. Lead out to 13 now.
Second shot.
And keep in mind, SCA dropping to 1-2. They have a chance to hit 500. They have a second game today. JP Duke sinks a 3-pointer at the last second, and the refs are just going to let the clock run. This one over. Final score, Riverside 55, SCA 45. The Warriors in red win it by 10, and if you'll give me just a moment, I can figure out what Woodruff needs to win this tournament. Riverside's point differential through 3 games moves to plus 60. They have won their games by an average of 20 points. That's going to drop SCA down to 1-2. Their point differential moves to -4. So Powdersville actually moves up to 3rd place until further notice. Powdersville plays next. They've got Chapman. All right, so here's the deal. If Woodruff wants to win, first off, they've got to beat Landrum. If they don't beat Landrum, everything's off the table. Riverside wins by default as the last undefeated team. If Woodruff wins, though, they're not done. They have to overcome Riverside's point differential. That's the tiebreaker. If 2 teams go undefeated, whoever wins by the most points through their 3 games is declared the winner of the tournament. Right now, Riverside has won by a total of 60 points through 3 games. Woodruff's point differential at plus 28. They've won theirs by an average of 14. They will need to beat Landrum by 33 points in order to get their point differential to 61 or higher, which will put them up above Riverside into the #1 spot. Hence why Landrum versus Woodruff is tonight's main event.
And another all-tournament team selection would be number 33, Farrell.
Oh, and hang on. We've got all tournament selections. I didn't know they were doing that.
And MVP will be number 15, Alexia Turbo.
And Alexi Iturbi named the tournament MVP. I think that might be a little early. Riverside has not clinched yet.
And the championship trophy goes to the Riverside Warriors.
Okay, well that's a little overkill unless Woodruff is unable to play. I think they had some COVID issues earlier in the year. There was a JV tournament that they were supposed to be at and could not show. So if Woodruff isn't even here today, that wipes everything off the table, and Riverside is indeed the outright champion. So let's put it like this. We'll go UFC style. Until further notice, Riverside, the tournament champions. Pharrell Boyagueno and Donovan Soriano named to the all-tournament team. And Alexi Iturbe named the Battle of the Border MVP for 2020. We've still got more games coming up. Don't go anywhere. At 12:30, Powdersville going to take on Chapman. That one coming up in about, I'd say, 70 minutes. right, everyone, welcome back. 6 minutes removed from tip-off between Powdersville and Chapman in Game 2 of Day 3 at the Battle at the Border Tournament. I'm Luke Ruff for Spartanburg School District 1 Athletics, and got to clear the air about the standings and whatnot. There was an unspoken rule that I did not know that was in effect, which made clear that Riverside won the tournament. I was mistaken in saying that Woodruff still had a mathematical chance. I'll explain that in a moment. But because Riverside beat SCA by 10 or more points, Woodruff was mathematically eliminated. So Riverside was accurately declared the champions. Varel Boyagueno and Donovan Soriano named to the all-tournament team, and Alexi Iturbi for Riverside named the tournament MVP. Riverside moves to 3-0 with a point differential of plus 60, but an adjusted point differential of plus 40. Because what I did not know was in play was that a cap on those point differentials. That was there to incentivize teams or keep them away from blowing other teams out to try and get their differential up. Or think back to when Riverside beat Chapman by 34 yesterday, 78-44. Because of that cap, no matter how many points Riverside won by, they could only add 15 maximum to their total point differential. So even though they won by 34, they only had another 15 tacked on to that differential. So after everything was tallied up going into today, Riverside's total differential was at plus 30 and Woodruff's was at plus 24. Now, because of that 15-point cap, if Riverside did not beat SCA by more than 10 points, meaning that they won by 9 or less, Woodruff would still have a chance. They could hit the 15-point cap, get to a plus 39-point differential, and at least tie Riverside to go into some more tiebreakers. But because Riverside won by 10 points exactly, their point differential moved to plus 40. Woodruff's is still at plus 24, but because of that 15-point cap, no matter how many points they beat Landrum by, if they do beat Landrum, because Landrum looked really good, that's still our main event, should be a really, really evenly matched game. But no matter how many points Woodruff might have been able to win by there, they could only add 15 total to their differential. 24 plus 15 is 39. They would come up 1 point short in the final standings, and Riverside's 10-point victory over SCA was enough to clinch their victory in the tournament. They are 3-0 with a plus 40 point differential. They defeated Boiling Springs 85-69, Chapman 78-44, and then early today Riverside defeated Spartanburg Christian Academy to clinch their win in a 55-45 contest. But we still got some more games coming up because there are a lot, and I mean a lot of things still up in the air. Taking a look at the rest of the rankings, the whole 7 teams competing right now. Powdersville actually moved into 3rd place after SCA lost. SCA dropped to 1-2, but they've got another game after this one. Powdersville 1-1 beat Landrum on day 1 and then got blown out by Woodruff yesterday. They are 1-1 with an adjusted differential of minus 10. In the meantime, SCA falls to 1-2. They're in 4th place with an adjusted differential of minus 4. Landrum 1-2, or actually, I got that mixed up because Chapman has the head-to-head over Landrum. So Chapman in 5th place with an adjusted differential of minus 22. Landrum in 6th with an adjusted differential of minus 11. But Chapman has a head-to-head over them, so that's why Chapman is ahead in the rankings. And then in last place, 7th, Boiling Springs, 0-2 with an adjusted differential of minus 17. So still a lot on the line here. If Powdersville wins this game and Woodruff loses, I believe, I'll have to crunch some more numbers, but I believe that there might be a mathematical chance that Woodruff could drop down to 3rd place and Powdersville could move into 2nd. But I know for sure that Powdersville would have to hit that 15-point cap and Woodruff would have to get blown out by Landrum. Thomas Mathis set to tip off against Jack Hardy here for Powdersville. And Hardy wins that one but sends it out of bounds, so it will be Chapman ball to start the game. 2 seconds come off the clock. And And that's Miles Carter checking it in to Banks Atkins. Atkins catching a block from Mathis. Now gets it over to Carter. Carter sets it up for Humphreys. Now over to Camden Souther getting the start today. And that one comes up short, rebounded by Souther. And he flings it over to Carter, kind of back to square one for Chapman. Carter drives inside, and he's got the first points of the game for the Panthers. Chapman up 2-0 early. 30 seconds have passed. Now Jack Hardy driving inside, and he got fouled. Hardy's first shot no good, so Chapman will hang on to the lead regardless of what happens right here. And this one goes in. 2-1 in favor of the Panthers. Baseball score right now. And Atkins gets it to Carter, back to Atkins, now slinging it down the court to Camden Souther. Souther trying to get out of trouble, gets it to Carter, now to Atkins. Atkins, oh, all alone is Gavin Humphreys, and Humphreys sinks the three-pointer. Two-possession lead for the Panthers. Jack Hardy trying to make Miles Carter miss, but can't shake him. Now driving inside and gets a little bit of space. Carter not backing off, though, and no foul called there. Powdersville almost turned it over. They are able to get it back, and Hardy goes behind the back. Oh, and jukes out. Miles Carter finally got the space he needed to shoot and makes it work. Camden Souther now getting it over to Atkins. Atkins going to sling it over to Humphreys, and Humphreys wanted to go for three, but that's Jack Hurst. There's a Jack Hurst and a Jack Hardy for Powdersville. Hurst there closing the window quickly. Atkins looking for a window of his own, blocked by Camden Troyer. Troyer's had a busy 2 games over the course of this tournament. Now Atkins going to drive inside and got the layup. He goes back out to 4. Now this is Jack Hurst, and Thomas Mathis blocks that one. Powdersville will hang on to it. Definitely a defensive statement there from Thomas Mathis. And now this is Jacob Moore. He has also had a very busy 2 days. Goes right for the long 2-pointer and can't connect. It's rebounded by Mathis, and Humphreys for another 3, and he can't make this one. And now Banks Atkins all alone. Powdersville's coach can't believe it. He missed it, rebounded by Miles Carter, and then eventually goes out of bounds. Carter got fouled. He'll have a chance to stretch the lead out to 6. 1 foul each for both sides.
Miles Carter, 22 at the line from Chapman.
And this one is good. And this one good as well. And I've looked at the numbers. Powdersville cannot move to number 2. They cannot move to number 2. Their point differential right now is at -10. If they hit the 15-point cap, remember, no matter how bad they beat Chapman, if they do win, they can only add 15 to their total point differential. That's not 2 there. Back down to a 4-point lead, but because they can only add 15 to that total point differential, their maximum point differential for the rest of the tournament is going to be +5. Now, on the other side of things, when Woodruff plays Landrum, if Woodruff were to get absolutely blown out, their point differential could not drop by more than 15, again, because of that 15-point cap. That would put them at a +9, so Powdersville would be 4 points away from upstaging Woodruff from second place in that scenario. But Powdersville mathematically eliminated from that second place spot, but they can still make the podium with the 3rd place finish if they're able to win this one. So still definitely something to play for. Stakes as high as ever. Anthony Staggs going down the court for Chapman, trying to get it over to Atkins. Has it stolen away by Camden Troyer. And Troyer misses it the first time, and it's rebounded. I believe that was Jack Hurst. Jack Hardy, tipping that one in. And Gavin Humphreys tried to go for three. Now Miles Carter sinks it. Net barely even moved. So it was 9-7. Now it's 12-7. 4:08 left to go in the first period. Powdersville checking it to Jacob Moore. Moore trying to get some separation. Atkins really going for that steal. Got it! And now, tried to get it over to Mathis, and Mathis couldn't hang on. Will Goforth ended up with it, and Mathis fouled him. And Thomas Mathis back up. Take a step out of the game. He's replaced by Tavion Counts. And still Chapman ball, actually. They're going to say that was a charging foul against Powdersville. 3:50 to play in the first. Gavin Humphreys going right down the sideline in a trap block, somehow escapes. And Jack Hardy knocks that one out at the last second. He'll stay with Banks, Atkins, and the Panthers. Atkins checks it to Tegan Ray, the three-point machine. Haven't really seen him do much from inside the paint. He's been content to shoot from downtown, and he does it again. Tegan Ray with yet another three-pointer. Chapman up by 8. Jack Hardy. Powdersville struggling to get separation so far. And not a lot of separation there for Moore, and Chapman able to take it away. Banks Atkins got about as much space as he's had all game. Now Tegan Ray for another long three, and this one comes up a bit short, brought in by Hardy. Right back down the court we go. Can Hardy go coast to coast? No! That shot blocked, but then rebounded. And now Camden Troyer for the long three. He can't bring it in. Rebounded by Miles Carter. Under 3 to play in the first period now. Carter looking for separation, driving inside, and a little shoulder fake to the inside, able to notch the layup. Chapman takes a 10-point lead. And Camden Troyer driving inside, gets it to Will Goforth, and Goforth's shot off the mark, rebounded by Gavin Humphreys. He gets it to Atkins. Atkins looking back outside. No, takes a step back. Nice setup there for Banks Atkins. And timeout taken by Powdersville. They definitely need one. They got to find a way to get their feet back under them. 2:14 to play in the first. Chapman up by 12. Back in a moment. All right, and there's the whistle. They were kind of having some trouble setting everything up, but it looks like they got everything. Now Miles Carter almost had the steal, and he does. They're going to give this one to Chapman. Nice defensive play by Miles Carter. And this is Tegan Ray driving inside, flips it over to Humphreys. Humphreys looking inside to Tavion. Counts and counts. Got fouled. Chapman definitely looking much better than they did yesterday. They had that cursed 10 a.m. tip-off. All of the 10 a.m. games have been far more low-scoring than any of the other ones that have been played. I imagine that the players have had trouble waking up because all these basketball games at the high school level usually are played around 5:30 p.m., 6 o'clock, something like that. So at least the running gag is that they're having trouble just getting the dust out of their eyes, essentially. Chapman looked really, really groggy in their opener, and then still didn't get woke up against Riverside in game number 2. Lost that one by 34, but looking much better here today. And now Humphreys for the long 3, and got it. 22-9 now. 70 seconds to play in the first period. Jack Hardy driving inside, takes a step back, and the layup rolls out. Rebounded by Banks Atkins. Atkins gets it to Ray. Ray for the long 3. Oh my! Tegan Ray with another beautiful shot. Under a minute to play in the first now. Tim Ross in the game for Powdersville. And this is Ross, a little too tall. Ross only listed at 5'6", but he's been a very accurate shooter when he's entered the game for Powdersville. Saw a good bit of him yesterday. And oh my! That one's gotta hurt. Ross tried to send it inside. It was batted up and then nailed Troyer right in the forehead. Good to see he's okay. Oh, what a trooper. I'd be going to the sideline for sure. He's shaking it off. So, as unorthodox of a turnover as it is, Chapman is going to get the ball because Troyer was technically the last person to touch it. Miles Carter, under some duress, heaves it up, and they're going to call it Chapman ball. Thomas Williams trying to get a hold of that one, couldn't reel it in. Tegan Ray sends it over to Carter, and he hands it to Atkins. Full court press from Powdersville, and tried a little too hard to stop Atkins there. Humphreys thought about going for 3. Now driving inside, sends it up, out of the rim, and rebounded by Camden Troyer. Troyer gets it to Hardy. Oh, and Hardy has that one stolen away! And Tegan Ray, great clock awareness, just slinging it up. Didn't have time to set up, though. You can make long 3s, but you can't make them from that far out with that little setup time. 25-9 at the end of the first. Chapman putting on a clinic, on pace for 100. Again, that 15-point cap in place, though, so Chapman doesn't really have any incentive to run up the score. Panthers up by 16 when we come back to start the second period. All right, set to start up the second period of action between Chapman and Powdersville. The Patriots absolutely reeling after that first period. Got outscored 25-9, down by 16 already. Tim Ross looking to make something happen, gets it over to Thomas Williams. Back to Ross. Ross for 3, overshoots it, and rebounded by Gavin Humphreys. Humphreys gets it to Atkins. Tegan Ray setting up for the long 3. Are you kidding me? Tegan Ray making his case for the all-tournament team. Now Tim Ross has that one blocked and brought back in by Hardy. Hardy sends it inside. That is number 34. No 34 listed on the roster. I think that's Dylan Durham. Durham listed as 31. But he matches Durham's measurables very well. We'll work on getting that number. Until then, Banks Atkins gets fouled by Ross. Atkins going to have 2 shots coming up. Keep getting sidetracked, and we're getting to put Powdersville's points on the board, down by 17. And not a shooting foul against Tim Ross. Chapman checks it in from around half court. Banks Atkins still trying to get separations, and now Thomas Williams fouled him. 6:57 to play in the second. That's Powdersville's 5th foul. Creeping up on the bonus already. Taking Ray to check in. Gonna try to get it over to Atkins, and that one's not gonna work. And Thomas Williams finally able to get some more points for Powdersville. Turnover forced by the Patriots. Panthers looking to rebound, going inside. That one's short, and are gonna give it to Chapman. Bounced off the back of 34. Again, I believe that's Dylan Durham. Tim Ross going behind the back, taking it up the court, going to try to do it himself under the hand. Oh, and just off the mark. Rebounded by DJ Black. And now Banks Atkins with the ball, going to sling it over to Miles Carter. Carter looking around, takes a step out, gets it to Humphreys. Humphreys wanted to go for 3, drives inside. Carter set up, taking Ray for 3. Got it! 31 on the board for Chapman. 6:07 to play in the second, and I think they're going to get Ray with a foul. Yeah, they called 30 right there. Camden Souther entering the game in relief of Miles Carter. Powdersville to check in from half court. Thomas Williams going to send it over to Tim Ross. Ross back to Williams, back to Ross, back to Williams. Setting up the 3. That's one way to do it, and it works out. Chapman trying to move quickly. Humphreys checks it into Atkins. Now Atkins looking, driving, and I think they've got a blocking foul against Powdersville, so a chance for a 3-point play here. Banks Atkins at the line, 2 shots coming up with a chance to extend the lead out to 19. And the shot, no. And Thomas Williams doing what he can to get separation from Gavin Humphreys. Sends it over to 22. 22 flips it back out to Jacob Moore. Moore for the 3. This one off the mark and brought in by Gavin Humphreys. Atkins slinging it down. Camden Souther going to drive inside. Now looking to go back out. Gets it to Atkins. Atkins looking for Ray. Ray for 3. Oh, just off the mark. Rebounded by Tim Ross. Ross headed down the court now. Or no, that is 22. And 22 sinks it. I believe that's Sebastian Bejarano. 18 on the board for Powdersville now. And Atkins got fouled again. That one called against Ross once more. And now, Chapman in the bonus. 7th foul against Powdersville. Tegan Ray exits the game, talking with the coaches. Miles Carter comes in to replace him. And the shot off the mark. Tim Ross, oh, nice move to get away from Atkins. Sends it over to Williams. Now Williams looking for an open man, going to try to do it himself. Runs right into Carter and lost the ball. Taken away by Chapman. Carter looking for an open man, gets it to Atkins, and I think we got a timeout called by Powdersville. Yes, timeout Powdersville. Wait. Oh, no, technical foul called against the Patriots. My mistake. I saw the referee do the T and got mixed up. The T's a timeout in football. Shot number 1 for Humphreys is good. Did not see what that foul was for. But Humphreys goes 2 for 2. Lead back out to 17. Chapman up 35-18, and they'll get the ball back. Carter checks it into Atkins. 4:34 to play in the second. Atkins looking, wants to do it himself. Goes inside, now flips it to Souther. Souther driving in, goes for the paint shot, no. Rebounded by 22. And now driving inside, lost his handle on the ball. We'll see which way they rule this. They're going to keep it with Powdersville. Foul called against the Panthers. Only their third one of the half. Now Thomas Mathis subbing into the game for DJ Black. Now 22 going for the long three. Had a defender in his face. Doesn't matter. And that is Sebastian Bejarano getting the Patriots up over 20. Miles Carter now driving in. And a contested shot, no, but rebounded by Carter. Goes for it again, and he's got it this time. Lead right back out to 16. Atkins tried to go for the steal, couldn't get it. Ross looking to get some space. Catches a block from Williams. 3:43 to play in the second. And that's number 50, Ben Jaminet. Getting it inside to Bejarano, and that shot off the mark, rebounded by Miles Carter. And now Banks Atkins, great setup for the three, and this one off the front of the rim. Now Gavin Humphreys for the three, and he can't get it. Rebounded by Thomas Williams of Powdersville. Williams flips it to Ross. Ross looking, driving, and now stopping, getting it to Moore. Moore trying to find an opening. Oh, and a miscommunication. Bejarano thought it was going to him. It was intended for Williams, and Bejarano tips it out of bounds. And they're going to keep this one with Powdersville, actually. Clock stops at 3:05. Williams checks it in to Jaminet. Jaminet to Hardy. Ross and Moore checking out of the game. Now Williams thought about going for three, steps inside and got the two-pointer. 37-23. Atkins going crazy inside the paint, and it pays off. Making all sorts of moves to get that layup in. Hardy does what he can just to get it over to Williams. And now Jaminet for the three, off the mark, rebounded by Camden Souther. Gavin Humphreys gets it to Atkins. Atkins wants to do it himself, fouled. Almost had the layup there, but still an opportunity for two. That's going to be, the ninth foul against Powdersville. 2:19 to play in the second. Put Chapman over 40. This one rolls in. Panthers on top by 17. The lead has been at or around 17 for really most of the game after Chapman jumped out to that early lead. And shot number two, good. 18-point lead now. And Colby Garner checking in for the Panthers. Have not seen much of him. He started the first three games for the Panthers in this tournament. And Jaminet sends it over to Hardy. Hardy gets it to Troyer. Haven't seen him in a while. Now Troyer has that one stolen away by Miles Carter, and Carter lost it, and Hardy tips it in. This is Miles Carter looking to make up for losing the ball there and got fouled. He'll have a chance to do it from the free throw line. Wasn't even a shooting foul. Or wait, no, they call that one against Chapman actually. So Camden Troyer to check it in. That would have been Powdersville's 10th foul. Chapman not in the double bonus quite yet. 1:45 to play. Sending it inside to Troyer, taken away by Gavin Humphreys. Carter going to drive inside, bounces off some defenders, gets it to Souther. Now Carter had an opportunity to go for three, didn't like the window he was presented with. Now motioning Humphreys to the inside, trying to get it to Souther. Souther looking for some separation, back to Carter. And over to, that's Colby Garner. Chapman in search of some separation here. 1:07 to play. I don't think they're running out the clock quite yet. And flipping it over to Souther. Souther driving inside. No. And Camden Troyer must have thought he had a guy down the court. Batted it up, and Miles Carter with the rebound. So, but 50 seconds left. Colby Garner going to drive inside, misses, and this one brought in by Camden Troyer. And Troyer going to go right for the basket. Got it. Lead down to 14. 35 seconds to play in the second period. Humphreys for three. Got it. Another three-pointer for Chapman. They are on fire from behind the line today. 20 seconds to play. Jack Hardy almost lost it. Gets it back. Now in trouble in his foul. Gavin Humphreys the guilty party there. And they're going to call that, yeah, Powdersville's bench in an uproar. They called that against the Patriots. So now Chapman in the double bonus with 10 seconds to play. And this one headed out of bounds. And wow. Yeah, you can hear the uproars. They call that a charging foul against Camden Troyer. So Chapman going to go to the free throw line. I did not see much on either of those calls. My camera operator and I were talking earlier today about how, at least from what we've seen, coaches tend not to get as upset about bad calls in basketball as they do in football. This is looking like a football levels of rage from the Powdersville bench after those two calls. And again, I personally did not see much to merit those fouls. But Chapman's able to tack on 2 extra points because of it. 46-27, back on top by 19. Thomas Williams going to have 6.9 seconds before the half. Jack Hardy just looking for some kind of crazy shot and might have a window, sends it inside the Troyer clock. No, they let it run. And that will be the end of the first half. Chapman up 46-27 over third place, Powdersville. Back in 10 minutes. Chapman on top by 19 when we come back. Okay, so if you like crunching numbers, like me, or at least as it pertains to tournaments, actual pen on paper math isn't my forte, but when it comes to stuff like this, I do enjoy looking at all the different scenarios and whatnot, and turns out this game in particular has way more ramifications than I thought, at least for positions 3 through 7. Woodruff and Riverside pretty much have everything locked up in the number 1 and 2 spots respectively. Woodruff might move around a little bit if they lose, but not much. Powdersville right now at number 3 at 1 and 1. SCA moved down to number 4 at 1 and 2. They were number 3 by way of that point differential earlier this morning, but lost to Riverside. That dropped them down. But here's the deal. If Chapman hangs on to the lead and wins this game, they're going to move to 2 and 2. That will put them as the only other team in the tournament with more than more than one win, at least for the time being. We still have 2 more games between some teams that could get to that 2-win mark. But if Chapman wins this, as of right now, that will put them up at number 3. They will move from number 5 to number 3. Their point differential can cap at -7 because of that 15-point limit. Powdersville will drop all the way down to, as far down as 6th place if the point differential doesn't go their way. Actually, looking at this a little bit more, if they lose this game by so much as 2 points, they will drop from 3rd place down to 6th. Landrum will move up to 5th with an opportunity to go to 4th against Woodruff. And then if Woodruff were to lose, I don't think they would drop out of 2nd place because Chapman has 2 losses. I don't think that Chapman could leapfrog Woodruff. I'll have to look into the rules, but I don't imagine that a 2-loss team could have a higher ranking than a 1-loss team, even though Woodruff only played 3 games and Chapman played 4, and they both ended up winning 2. And don't even get me started on SCA throwing a wrench into things. They can go 2 and 2 as well. They've got a game coming up at 3 o'clock versus Boiling Springs, and Boiling Springs absolutely reeling, pretty much cemented in that 7 spot right now. Unless a lot of things go their way, they can cap out at 1 and 2 with a -2 point differential, but they're going to have to beat what has been a pretty good SCA team that has just gotten a really, really tough schedule so far. They've had to play Woodruff, Chapman, and Riverside, and those teams have a chance to finish 1, 2, and 3 in the tournament. So they have really gotten the short end of the stick scheduling-wise, but Boiling Springs should be a fun one. 8 minutes on the clock, ready to start the 3rd period. I'm done rambling for now. Back to some on-court basketball. Jack Hardy gets the check-in from Camden Troyer. Jacob Moore looking around, back to Hardy. And now Hardy going to drive inside, takes a step back to Moore. Moore for 3, short hops it, and rebounded by Gavin Humphreys. Excuse me. And now Miles Carter going to drive inside and trying to notch the first points of the second half, and he does it. Got 2 with an opportunity for a 3-point play. Chapman goes up by 21, looking to make it 22. Remember, to keep teams from feeling incentivized to run up the score at the end of games, a team's point differential for an individual game is capped at 15. No matter how much they win by, they can only add 15 to their total differential. Chapman's is at -22 right now. If they win this and hang on to their current lead, it will go to -7. That is the highest Chapman's point differential can get. A lot of movement down there, not a lot of progress really. Chapman hangs on to the ball. Banks Atkins looking for an opening, gets it to Thomas Mathis, tallest man on Chapman's roster at 6'6". Atkins driving inside, takes a step back, finds Carter. Carter looking for an opening, tries to make one himself, finds it, and Chapman cracks 50. Now this is Thomas Williams looking for Jack Hardy. Hardy going to drive inside and hands it to Williams, and Williams hits the layup. Powdersville closing in on 30. And Gavin Humphreys for another long three. He and Tegan Ray both have been electric from behind the line. Shooting well over 50% on field goals. I'd love to say over 75%. I don't have the stats in front of me. And this one good. Thomas Williams with a three-pointer of his own. Powdersville up over 30 now. Lead still at 21 for Chapman. 6:20 to play in the third. Banks Atkins going to try and make a lane himself, and no, but Sebastian Bejarano batted that one out, and it's going to be, no, Powdersville ball, they say. Michael Hale enters the game for Powdersville. He'll come in relief of Jack Hardy. This is Thomas Williams trying to find something. Going down that sideline, backs off, sends it over to Hale. Hale looking around, finds more for three, and off the rim, rebounded by Thomas Mathis. Well-timed jump there. And gets it to Carter. Carter tried to airmail it over to Tegan Ray, and Tegan Ray somehow kept it in. And now Carter got it. Carter doing much better from inside the paint than he did against Riverside. He and Banks Atkins both, well, they struggled from behind the line too, but from inside the paint in particular, there was just nothing happening. And I think Bejarano batted that one out. Or no, they're going to say Tegan Ray knocked it out, so Powdersville ball. Chapman up by 23, looking to make it 20 is Monty, and that shot off the mark. Rebounded by Chapman. Thomas Mathis got a shot and has the layup from right underneath the rim. Chapman up by, that's 25 points. The Panthers really pouring it on in both teams' final game of the tournament. Hale flips it out to Monty. Monty going across the court, gets it to Williams. Williams got fouled. First foul of the half by Chapman. Powdersville had 10 in the first half. Both teams at one each. They're going to call it a shooting foul, so Williams will have two shots here. First one off the mark. Second one off as well. It's going to remain a 25-point game, rebounded by Thomas Mathis. And Atkins to make it 60 off the mark, rebounded by Michael Hale. 4:45 to play in the third. Bejarano going for three. Oh, what a shot from Sebastian Bejarano. Now Tegan Ray, he thought about going for three, decides to bite his tongue on that one, cuts inside. Miles Carter flips it over to Atkins. Atkins looked over at Ray, now wants to get it back out. Gavin Humphreys for three, got it! Chapman cracks 60. Back to a 25-point lead. Roman Monty for Powdersville looking for an open man, finds Hale. Hale looking around now, gets it to Bejarano. Bejarano for another three-pointer, this one just a hair off. And there was a jump for it. Will Goforth and Banks Atkins both had a shot at that one. And they're going to give it to Powdersville. 4:06 remaining in the third. Bejarano exits the game. He's replaced by Tim Ross. And Michael Hale thought about going for three. Gets it to Monty. All the way across the court to Williams. Williams over to Hale. Tegan Ray tried to steal it, didn't quite get it. Hale gets it to Ross, back to Monty. Monty looking over to Ross. Ross wanted to go for three, now flips it over to Monty. They just can't get that three-point shot they wanted. Monty takes a step inside the line and can't get it. Eventually rebounded by Will Goforth, so they're going to have a second chance at it. Still trying to set up that three-pointer, though. Now for the long two. Monty off the mark. This one rebounded by Tegan Ray. Might have gotten a little impatient there. 3.5 minutes to go. Tegan Ray for the long three. Thomas Williams had a hand in his face. Couldn't connect on that one. 3:15 to play in the third now. Thomas Williams for the two-pointer. No. Rebounded by Miles Carter. Carter slings it over to Humphries. Humphries all alone, sets up and short hops it. Rebounded by Ross. Ross looking around for the long three. No. Sent that one in on a line. Rebounded by Banks Atkins. Ray for another three-pointer, and this one rolls off the inside of the rim. Rebounded by Thomas Williams. 2:43 to play in the third. Oh, what a shot from Thomas Williams. And they're going to say that was a shooting foul against Atkins. Yeah, so an opportunity for a three-point play here to cut the lead down to 22. Again, the stakes definitely high for Powdersville. If they lose this game by more than a point, they will drop all the way from third place to sixth. Or wait, no, check that. They will drop from third to fifth because they have the head-to-head over Landrum. Landrum can't leapfrog them if their records are tied. And, oh, foul called against Miles Carter, but still, third place to fifth place, a big drop, and 2-1 looks vastly different than 1-2. That's the situation for the Patriots. Chapman just trying to get back to 500, won their opener against Landrum by 8 points and then dropped the next two. Thomas Mathis got fouled, and that one almost went in. Oh no, they call him for traveling. I didn't really see him take a step, but Powdersville going to get the ball. 2.5 minutes to play in the third period. This is Roman Monty. Monty driving, gets it over to number 5. That's Thomas. Oh, wait, hang on. Thomas Williams is number 20, but now there's a number 5 out there for Powdersville. Not sure who that is. We'll work on getting a number. Now Monty driving down the court. Hale wanted to go for it. Instead tries to sling it over to 5, and that one not going to work. Taken away by Chapman. Humphrey sets it up for Atkins. Atkins drives inside, and not sure if that was a pass or a shot, but it goes out of bounds. 1:48 to play in the third. Defense is starting to tighten up here. This is number 5, flipping it out to Williams. Williams looking around. Flips it over to Monty. Monty for 3, on target, and not enough distance. Rebounded by, that is number 34. And I think Chapman sent that one out of bounds, so Powdersville will hang on to it. 87 seconds left to play in the third now. 5 to check in for the Patriots. He gets it to Monty, over inside to Jack Hurst now, and Hurst has the long two-pointer. So Powdersville closing the gap by just a little bit. Miles Carter off the mark, rebounded by Michael Hale. And now Hale sets up for the long 3, off the mark, and rebounded by Colby Garner. Gets it over to Atkins. Atkins looking around and driving inside. Got a foul called against Powdersville. And now Atkins going to have a chance at a 3-point play. No, they take the points off the board. 51 seconds left to go in the third period. Chapman up by 21, sending it inside. Tried the alley-oop for Carter. That one not going to work. This is Roman Monty driving inside, and Monty off the mark, rebounded by Tavion Counts, and Counts, I think we got a foul, no, jump ball. That'll go in favor of the Panthers. Possession arrow switches back to Powdersville. 40 seconds remain in the third. Miles Carter looking, driving now. Thought about getting it to Humphries. Humphries is well covered. Now Atkins all alone, but a good distance away from the goal, backing up even further. And now cutting inside, going for the shot, no. And how did he hang on to that? Wow, what an acrobatic move by Banks Atkins to keep that one from going out of bounds. And he got fouled too, to extend the lead back out to 23 for Chapman. 17.8 seconds in the third. The shot is good. 61 on the board for the Panthers. DJ Black subs in for Tavion Counts. Shot number 2 good for Atkins as well. 62-39 your new score. Monty checks it into number 5. 15 seconds to go in the third. 5 bouncing around, driving inside, and that shot didn't have a chance. Rebounded by DJ Black. Black gets it to Atkins. 6 seconds now. Humphreys wanted to set up for the 3, drives inside, and that will run out the clock. That one blocked, fell to the floor, and they let it run a little bit after it goes out of bounds. Would have stopped at a couple of tenths of a second left. So that will bring an end to the third period. Chapman hanging on to that lead, looking to move up to third in the rankings with a win here. Up by 23 over Powdersville, 62-39 headed into the fourth. Back in a moment. I don't know if that squeaking noise is coming through on the microphone or not. If it is, that's the table we're on. Got to tighten the screws on it. Of course, when I try to demonstrate, it's not going to do it. There it is. Yeah, that is the table. That's not like a kid crying or anything. I've seen one baby this whole tournament, and that baby was very well behaved. No crying babies in this tournament. That's a good sign. This is Michael Hale to start out the fourth period, and not the start Powdersville envisioned, I imagine, sending that one right out of bounds. Colby Garner to check in for the Panthers. And Garner gets it to Miles Carter. Carter to Atkins. Back to Carter, and now Carter surveying the court. Trying to get some separation. Catches a block from DJ Black, flips it over to Humphreys. Humphreys wanted to go for 3, can't get the separation. Now Atkins for 3. Atkins just off the mark. A couple of inches further to the inside, and he would have had it. And DJ Black says no to that one. Powdersville going to hang on to the ball, but definitely a momentum-building play for Chapman. Up by 23, Monty driving inside. Or no, that was 5. Flips it to Monty, and Monty off the mark. Rebounded by Miles Carter. Almost got fouled there. Good job by Hale to keep his hands up. And now Garner setting up for 3. Got it! 65 points on the board now. 7 minutes to go in the fourth. Long shot thrown up by 5. That one off the mark, rebounded by Miles Carter. Atkins looking around, driving, sends it inside to DJ Black. Black wasn't quite ready for it. We're going to have a jump ball situation here. No, never mind. Colby Garner all alone and off the mark. Rebounded by DJ Black, sends it over to Atkins. Atkins cutting inside, and we're going to call that one against Chapman. Substitutions for Powdersville. Dylan Durham exits the game along with Roman Monty. Looks like number 10, Boston Cook, and I believe I saw Jacob Moore. Yes, Jacob Moore, or no, Cody Morris, excuse me, read the roster incorrectly. Caleb Morris in. Cody Morris. One of these days I'll get the name right. And a long shot there from the guy whose name I do know, Michael Hale. Getting the Patriots up over 40. Oh, Carter all alone for 3, off the mark, overshot it. Rebounded by Garner, and Garner sends it out of bounds. Oh, that was a smart move. And it's gonna work. He threw it out of bounds, but there was a Powdersville player standing right in front of him, bounced off that guy, and then hit the floor. So it counts as Chapman ball. That is a 3,000 IQ play from Colby Garner. And this shot off the mark, rebounded by number 5 for Powdersville. 5 with the long three, didn't have enough distance, definitely had the hang time, rebounded by Miles Carter. 5:48 to play in the fourth, and Humphreys flips it over to Atkins for the long three. Oh! On camera, that one looked like it went in. I think it was a little off to the left. Distance-wise, though, it was perfect, just a bit off the mark horizontally. And now 5 driving inside, sends it up off the mark, rebounded by Miles Carter. Powdersville shooting like they're blindfolded at this point, can't get any offense going. And looks like Banks Atkins was fouled there. 5:25 to play in the game. 65-42, looking to make it 67 for Chapman. Oh, and that one rolls out. Tim Ross enters the game in relief of number 5. Camden Souther getting ready to check in for the Panthers. And the shot on target. Souther going to sub in for Atkins, 66-42. Panthers up by 24. Tim Ross making his way down the court, gets it over to Hurst, now back to Ross. Ross directing traffic. Sending it over to Hurst. Hurst going to drive inside, sends it to Cook, and Cook for 3, got it! Nice shot there from Boston Cook. Lead goes down to 21. This is Miles Carter. Carter makes a man miss, drives inside, and tried to flip it over to Garner. It's taken away. Tim Ross has it now. Going to take a few steps back. I think he wanted to set up for 3. Hurst going to have a chance to do it, and Hurst off the mark. Rebounded by, that was Morris, and Morris got fouled. To draw back within 20. It's been a while since Powdersville has had the game that close. This one right on target. And number 5 subbing back in for Powdersville. Colby Garner checking out of the game. He's replaced by Tegan Ray for Chapman. Have not seen a lot of Ray as of late. Hit a ton of three-pointers in the first half. And second shot off the mark for Cody Morris. Rebounded by Camden Souther. He gets it to Miles Carter. Carter taking his time, trying to get it to Humphreys. Does get it to Humphreys, flipping it outside to Ray, and Ray wasn't going to take that shot. Tim Ross a little too close for comfort there. Chapman still just looking for separation right now. Camden Souther going to drive inside. Oh, would have had it, but he tripped. Whistles blow. We'll see who this is against. They call it against Boston Cook. It'll be Chapman ball. 4:12 left to play in the game. This one all but out of reach for Powdersville. It's going to take a miracle, and this might not help Tegan Ray. Oh, he misses it and got another foul. Would have gone back to Tegan Ray. Instead, didn't see the call, but it looks like it's going to be Patriot ball. Now number 5 making his way, gets it over to Ross, back to 5, over to Hurst, to Ross now. Powdersville still kind of just looking for an opening at this point, getting it to Hurst, back over to number 5. 5 sets up for 3, got it! 66-49. And Tegan Ray under some heat from number 5, sending it inside to DJ Black, and Black gets called for traveling. More substitutions for Chapman. Anthony Staggs and Banks Atkins enter the game. Miles Carter and Gavin Humphreys done for the time being. 3:26 to play in the game. Ross checks it over to 5. 5 back to Ross. Back to 5, and this one up off the mark and right into the hands of Camden Souther. Atkins trying to get some separation. Give credit to that Powdersville defense. They are still really covering these Chapman players. They have not gotten much separation, especially here in the second half. Oh, Tim Ross making some men miss and almost lost it there. Still loose, brought in by 5. 2:52 to play, back to Ross, slings it inside to Hurst. Hurst almost didn't hang on. That one batted up, rebounded by Morris. Now Cook for the 3, off the mark and rebounded by Banks Atkins. Atkins gets it over Ray. Back to Atkins. And Atkins gonna drive inside, tips it in. 68 on the board for Chapman. Back out to a 19-point lead with 2.5 minutes to play. Ross. The airmailing it over to Hurst. Hurst for 3. Drifting to the right, no. You could see that one rotating in the air. Camden Souther looking to get rid of it. Finds Tegan Ray. Ray gonna drive inside, almost lost it. Now Ray looking to get rid of things. Sending it inside to Atkins, risky pass, and it pays off. Chapman cracks 70. And Chapman, both teams wanting to make some substitutions. Tim McClurkin and Daniel Hall enter the game for Chapman. No subs for Powdersville, actually. 1:45 to play. Powdersville going to try to go inside, now back outside with number 5 over to Michael Hale. Tim Ross taking a few steps back, surveying, sends it inside to Morris. Good pass, and I think Morris stepped out of bounds. No traveling. Same difference, though. We're going to be Chapman ball with 90 seconds left to play. Daniel Hall to check in for the Panthers. Again, because of that 15-point differential cap, there's really no incentive for Chapman to score here. Just kind of playing for pride at this point. They can only have 15 added on to their differential here. It's at -22 right now. Probably going to go to -7 unless Powdersville can get some more points within the last 70 seconds. Anthony Staggs driving inside and sinks that one, 72-49. Five flips it over to Hale, under a minute now. Hale back to 5, driving inside, and that shot off the mark, and it'll stay with Powdersville. 48.9 seconds in the 4th. And Boston Cook goes right for the 3-pointer and got it. Powdersville up over 50, something to hang their hat on the bus ride home. Tim McClurkin heading down the court now. He wants some points, sends it inside to DJ Black. Now back out to Tegan Ray, and it'll go with Powdersville. 33.2 now. Ross trying to get some separation from Daniel Hall. Both Ross and Hall listed at 5'6", and Tim McClurkin takes that one away. 20 seconds left, and oh! We'll call it a dunk. DJ Black definitely had his fingertips on the rim. Didn't quite have the right angle for a dunk, but he sure got about as close as he can. And loose ball recovered by Chapman. Daniel Hall, 5 seconds left. DJ Black and Tim McClurkin going to run out the clock, and that will do it. 74-52, the margin of victory. Or the margin of victory, 24 points. Chapman wins it, 74-52. And the Panthers able to close out the tournament with a win. And if you'll give me a moment to crunch these numbers, I believe Chapman will indeed move to 3rd place for the time being. Powdersville going to drop significantly. Their point differential goes from -10 to -25 because of that 15-point cap. They go to 1-2. And yes, Powdersville going to move to 5th place. Landrum still in 6th because Powdersville beat them head-to-head on day 1. Powdersville in 5th, Landrum in 6th, Chapman up to 2nd. But SCA may have, or Chapman up to 3rd, excuse me. But SCA may have a little something to say about that in the next game. Remember, SCA has the head-to-head over Chapman, so if SCA is able to beat Boiling Springs, then they'll leapfrog Chapman and go to 3rd. Chapman will drop to 4th, and Powdersville will remain in 5th unless Landrum beats Woodruff, in which case they'll drop to 6th. So that's going to do it for game number 2 of day 3. Game number 11 of 12 between SCA and Boiling Springs coming up in just a few, well, not a few moments, about, an hour and a half, actually, pardon me. So go ahead and grab something to eat. We'll be here waiting for you. Yep, they've got the clock set at 85 minutes till tip-off in game 3. Oh, wait, we've got the presentation of the all-tournament team. Got 2 members of it earlier.
For Powdersville Patriots, it is Sebastian Baharo.
I'm typing these names up as they call them out. Powdersville's Sebastian Bejarano.
Goes to number 4, Banks.
So Powdersville gets Sebastian Bejarano on the all-tournament team. Chapman gets Banks Atkins on the all-tournament team.
Thank you. We wish you both.
Oh, and that's going to be all for now. We got to wait on the rest of them. Okay.
Appreciate it.
So got 4 members of the all-tournament team. I really don't know if they're going to name 5 or 10. Maybe 7. I don't know. My guess would be 5. So we got 4 members now. The tournament MVP, Alexia Turvey from Riverside, not counting toward that total, I assume. So as of now, your all-tournament roster: Sebastian Bejarano from Powdersville, Banks Atkins from Chapman, and from Riverside, Donovan Soriano, and I believe it was Pharrell Boyagueno. Yes, Pharrell Boyagueno, the other all-tournament member for Powdersville. Now we are going to start the countdown until tip-off. 3 p.m. the next game between SCA and Boiling Springs, the second to last game in the entire tournament. After that one, we will turn off this stream, move it over to the Landrum YouTube channel for tonight's main event between the Woodruff Wolverines and Landrum Cardinals at 5:30 p.m. Don't want to miss it. Should be a good game. right, and we are back. Excuse me. Definitely feeling a little tired after that break. 90 minutes, I think that is the longest break we've had between games over the course of this entire tournament. It felt like it took forever, but we made it. We are ready for more basketball. Downtime is about 3.5 minutes away from closing off. Set for tip-off here in just a few moments. This time between Boiling Springs playing their third game and Spartanburg Christian Academy playing their fourth. This is the second to last game in the Battle of the Border tournament. It will be succeeded by game 12 of 12. That is our main event tonight. Woodruff taking on Landrum at 5:30 p.m. after this one. Interesting implications for this game, but not necessarily for the lead. In fact, we're looking at the opposite end of the standings for this one. SCA is currently fourth in the standings. They're 1-2 with a -4 point differential through 3 games. Boiling Springs is the only winless team remaining in the 17 field. They are 0-2 with a -17 point differential. They got blown out by Riverside in their opening game and then lost an incredible matchup against Landrum in last night's main event. 72-70, the final score in that one. And if you weren't able to watch it, hop over on Landrum's channel and check that one out. It was insane. So this is where things get interesting. Right here, if Riverside, or if SCA, excuse me, if SCA loses, they drop down to 1-3. They will be, as of now, the only 3-loss team in the tournament. Boiling Springs will be 1-2. And in addition to having fewer losses than SCA, we'll also have the head-to-head over SCA. So that a loss here will drop SCA all the way from 4th down to last place.
All right, well, game 3 on day 3 of our 21st.
All right, so we got the audio feedback, still having some technical difficulties. I'm gonna try to get the camera back here in just a second. Not really sure what happened, or actually I think I know exactly what happened. We had the computer running for 5 hours straight, and it finally decided it had enough. Come on. And there we go. Right back in one piece. All right, and let me just get scoreboard stuff pulled up. We are about ready to go. We got really lucky there because they actually added a few more minutes back onto the warm-up period. If they had not done that, we would be about 5 minutes into the game now. And I would be struggling to figure out what exactly happened. So let's roll. And SCA wins the tip-off, making quick work of getting down the court. This is Dreon Quattlebaum now getting it over to JP Duke and kind of examining everything. Whoa, and way too much heat on that one. Taken away by Boiling Springs. CJ Logan, the passer there, and this is Khalil Brown off the mark and rebounded by SCA. And we got a traveling call going against the Warriors, so the Bulldogs will grab the ball. All right. I think we've got everything ready to go on our end, right in the nick of time. Boiling Springs looking for an opening. Corey Johnson off the mark. Rebounded by Jacob Weber and then taken right away and somehow back into the hands of Khalil Brown. And Brown able to notch the first points of the game for Boiling Springs. Boiling Springs in white, SCA in gray. And that one off the mark. Sam Wheeler tried to knock it away, not going to work. And this is Julius Camp driving inside. Got it, 2-possession lead for the Bulldogs. JP Duke scanning the court. Looking, finds Keyshawn Vichy. Now Vichy goes over to Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum back to Duke, and Duke with the long three. Great shot from JP Duke. And now Earls, stolen away by JP Duke with a chance to take the lead. Quattlebaum off the mark and rebounded by Vichy, and Vichy gets it in. SCA on a 5-0 run, and that comes to an end in a hurry. Khalil Brown putting the Bulldogs back out in front. .551 to go in the first. Sam Wheeler trying to box some defenders out, going up, got it. 7-6 SCA. And that is Cam Earls. Whoa, bounces in. Nine to 7 now, Boiling Springs. Sam Wheeler almost lost it, and CJ Logan has that shot blocked. And he was fouled in the process, so SCA going to have a chance to tie it up.
CJ Logan at the line 2 for SCA.
And this shot is good. And shot number 2, a little off the mark. So Boiling Springs still up by 1. This is Khalil Brown. Sends it over to Corey Johnson. Back to Brown. Wanted to go back to Johnson. That window closes. Cam Earls now looking and taking a few steps back. Nothing much happening, and now goes over to Brown. Brown trying to do it himself. Earls had a 3-point window. Sam Wheeler closes it. Oh, and SCA with the takeaway. And now this is Riley Markham has that one taken away. It'll remain SCA ball. Rolled out of bounds after it was hit by one of those Bulldog defenders. Substitutions now. Looks like Ansel entering the game for SCA. And that shot no good. 4:46 to play in the first. Julius Camp headed down the court. Khalil Brown all alone for 3 and off the mark. Rebounded by, that's William Thomas in the game now for SCA. This is Sam Wheeler getting it over to number 1. That is Lathan Moss. And Moss still got it. Wants to go inside with Ansel, and Ansel able to sink it. 10 points on the board for SCA, and the Bulldogs able to take the lead right back, and I think we got a timeout called by the Warriors. 12 to 10 in favor of Boiling Springs halfway through the first period. Back in a moment. I never turned the audio back on. Didn't miss much. SCA drove inside a little bit. Lathan Moss had the ball for a while, got called for traveling. And then as Boiling Springs was setting up, it looked like a lot of their players are out of position. Most of them on the other side of the court. Nobody was there to check it in. And I assume that's why they called the timeout. So we'll see if Boiling Springs has all their ducks in a row. It looks like they do. Khalil Brown to check in to Corey Johnson. Johnson sends it over to 23. That's Fail. And now Khalil Brown has that one batted away, but gets it back. Sends it to Julius Camp. Camp for two. Off the mark, and it bounced around for a little while. Rebounded by William Thomas, who slings it down the court to Briley Markham. Markham got one man to beat, and that's going to be a blocking foul against Corey Johnson. So, tied game, and Briley Markham with a chance to give SCA the lead. And this one is good. And right as he was getting some momentum, they're going to take Briley Markham out of the game. He's replaced by Dreon Quattlebaum. And this is Fail with the long three off the mark, rebounded by JP Duke. Duke gonna send it for Thomas, too tall. Looked like he might have it there for a split second, but nothing happening. 2:50 to play in the first. Boiling Springs still looking around. Fail slings it over to Brown. And that one taken away. Another steal by this SCA defense. Passing game sloppy so far for Boiling Springs, and Duke, no, that was Moss, check that, sent up the three off the mark. So Boiling Springs really hasn't had an opportunity to get a lot of shots in because they keep turning it over, and in the meantime, SCA can't capitalize on theirs. Lil Brown headed down the court now, and he's got that one. Boiling Springs back out in front. Oh, and JP Duke got a little too cute there. Tried to send it between the legs of Khalil Brown, and that was not going to work. Brought back in by Boiling Springs. Fail sends it back over to Johnson. And now Corey Johnson taking a few steps back. Almost sent it across half court. Fail able to bring it back in. And I think that one might have been intended for Fail. It ended up in the hands of D. Johnson inside the paint. Now, I think he was going for Fail again, and D. Johnson got that one too. Finally makes it over to Fail, and Fail shoots wide. That explains why he was so bent on getting it to him. Sinks the three-pointer. JP Duke driving inside, got the layup. Back down to a one-score game. Boiling Springs up 17-15. Corey Johnson going for Fail. Fail going to drive. Now looking to get out. Just heaves it up. SCA almost came away with it. Instead, Johnson has a shot from the free throw line. No, rebounded by Sam Wheeler. 48 seconds left to play in the first. JP Duke going to take it inside. Same shot, same result. Tied game. 36 seconds remaining, and I think Boiling Springs is going to try and run out the clock. Nope, now they're going for it. Fail with the long three, no. Rebounded by Lathan Moss with 23 seconds to go. And Moss sets up, has all day for, oh, and short hops it. And Sam Wheeler tried to tap it in, couldn't pull it off. 10 seconds left now. Khalil Brown driving and got fouled. Two shots coming up for Khalil Brown. SCA's coach trying to do some negotiating with one of the officials over near half court. First shot by Brown off the mark. This one on target. Bulldogs back out in front by 1. JP Duke flips it over to Moss. Moss driving, that one's short. And that will bring an end to the first period. We got a good game on our hands. Boiling Springs up by 1 at the first buzzer. Back in a minute. And now we are back. DeAndre Keenan now in the game for Boiling Springs alongside number 30, D. Johnson. This is Corey Johnson getting it over to Khalil Brown. Brown trying to find someone, gets it over to, that was Keenan, and now driving inside is Johnson. Keenan thought about going for 3, window closes, slings it over back to Corey Johnson, and now Jacob Weber from inside the paint somehow makes it. What a shot. JP Duke looking for an opening. Sends it over to Sam Wheeler, over to CJ Logan, back to Duke. Duke fakes to the outside, goes in, and foul called against, they're going to get Khalil Brown on that one. Not a shooting foul, though. JP Duke to check in. 7:22 to play in the second. And that one is good. SCA back within 1. That SCA bench is starting to get loud. Boiling Springs goes inside with Weber. Weber slings it and out of bounds. SCA ball. Seven minutes to play in the second. Duke gets it over to Fashi. Fashi just misses the layup. It was an awkward angle and rebounded by Khalil Brown. Corey Johnson for the long 3, and that one comes up well short. Boiling Springs somehow, no. That was right on the line, and they're going to say it went out. Boiling Springs making a few more substitutions. Cam Earls comes into the game now, along with, looks like 31, listed as Browning. Duke sends it inside. Oh, bad pass! Taken away by DeAndre Keenan, and Keenan gets fouled on the way over. This one rolling around and it goes in. Boiling Springs up by 2. Keenan's first shot good. And this one good as well. JP Duke goes inside. Oh, right to Cam Earls. Second straight turnover for SCA, and they get it right back. And now Quattlebaum with a straight line to the goal. Got it. 22-21. 6 minutes to play in the half. Going inside is Earls. Earls got it. And Sam Wheeler going to drive inside, almost had it taken away, and sends it right to Khalil Brown. DeAndre Keenan goes behind the back to Cam Earls. What a move. And now all of a sudden Boiling Springs up by 5. 3 straight SCA turnovers. And I mean, it's not like they're getting them stolen either. They have thrown them right to Boiling Springs. And now cutting out the middleman, or at least for a moment. I thought they were going to try to go for 3, and now inside to CJ Logan, and Logan able to get SCA back on the board. Down to a 1-possession game again. 26-23, 5 minutes to play in the second period. Earls catches a block, goes over to Brown. Keenan for 3, off the rim, and I think we got a foul called against, Sam Wheeler of SCA, so it'll be Boiling Springs ball. And now a 3-man substitution for the Warriors. It's like Briley Markham back in, Lathan Moss back in, and William Thomas back in for SCA. Cam Earls checking this in for Boiling Springs, gets it over to DeAndre Keenan. Inside to 21. Listed as Nails. Keenan sends it to Brown. Brown looking, can't find anything, tries to do it himself and sends it inside to Nails. And Nails has that shot taken away, but then rebounded by Julius Camp, gets it to Brown, and Brown puts it in. Now William Thomas goes up off the mark and rebounded by Khalil Brown for Boiling Springs. Got a chance to make it a 3-score game. Boiling Springs getting a call in from the bench. And now Khalil Brown tried to set up for 3, instead going to drive inside. That's traveling. Yeah. And now more substitutions for SCA. JP Duke back in the game along with CJ Logan. Quattlebaum and Wheeler exit. 3:58 to play in the second. SCA down by 5. Moss catches a block from Logan. Now gets it to Duke, driving inside over to Thomas, and that one taken away by Boiling Springs. SCA has got to get this passing attack figured out. That shot missed and rebounded by Briley Markham. Gets it to Lathan Moss. Moss in trouble. Back to Markham and to Duke for 3. Got it! 28-26 now. Cam Earls driving inside. Got fouled. Oh, 3-point play. Or an opportunity for one coming up at least. Boiling Springs cracks 30. To extend the lead to 5. And that one off the mark, still a 4-point game. JP Duke going to take this one down the court with 3:12 remaining in the half. And they flip it out to Briley Markham, and Markham gets called for traveling. And SCA takes a timeout.
30-second Friday. Calvin Coach, start the clock, please. Thank you.
Wasn't able to catch what SCA's coach said that time, but I could tell he was laying into him again. He did that in the first period of the morning game today. SCA went down 12-0 early. They called a timeout, yelled at him for a little bit, and then all of a sudden they looked like a totally different team. Got right back into that game, and were unable to win it against Riverside, but definitely put up a better fight than anybody else has against the now champion Riverside Warriors. Bradley Markham exits the game. Foul called against Boiling Springs. JP Duke to check it in to Lathan Moss. 2:40 left to go in the half. Moss trying to make men miss. Gets it to William Thomas. Thomas outside to Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum back over to Moss. Moss looking to JP Duke. Moss tried to set up for three. Boiling Springs playing very quickly, and they send it to Boiling Springs again. All but gift wrapped that one. And Boiling Springs still not able to capitalize, and it eventually goes out of bounds. Both teams say it's their ball and it's going to stay with SCA. But I mean, that is the 5th or 6th time that SCA has sent a pass over the middle, and I mean right into the arms of a Bulldog defender. They got to get that figured out. JP Duke gets it to Quattlebaum. And now back to Moss. Again, this passing outside the three-point line has been fine. It's when they've tried to go across the three-point line that they've had trouble. And not really a lot of progress so far on this possession. SCA just trying to get inside, and Boiling Springs not letting them. And Lathan Moss bites the bullet, takes the three. No, rebounded by Quattlebaum. And now Duke for three. Duke got it! SCA cuts the lead down to 1, and Lathan Moss almost takes that one away. Goes out of bounds, but it will slow Boiling Springs down a bit. 1:26 to play in the second half. Things starting to get interesting again. Boiling Springs trying to get the lead back out to 2 possessions, and they do. 33-29 with 65 seconds to go. Oh, Quattlebaum, that one had to get blocked. He sent it almost straight up. Rebounds his own shot, but then goes out of bounds, and Quattlebaum was fouled. 62 seconds left in the half. Not a shooting foul. CJ Logan to check in, gets it to Moss. And I think we got a timeout called by Boiling Springs.
Timeout, Boiling Springs.
And they were the ones that called it, but I'm sure SCA ready to get another earful. I'll try and listen in to them. Couldn't really make out what he said that time either. Much more reserved during this timeout. 61 seconds to play in the half. CJ Logan going to check it in for SCA. Gets it over to Lathan Moss. Back inside to Logan. Logan tries to box man out and sends it off the backboard. Rebounded by Boiling Springs. And now Khalil Brown driving inside, flips it back over to Nails. And Nails got the three-pointer. Lead is at 7 now for Boiling Springs. JP Duke, 35 seconds left. Might be burning some clock. Sends it inside to Thomas. Thomas looking to get it out to Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum for three. Got it! 36-32 now. 15 seconds to play. Boiling Springs going to try to get one last score in before the buzzer. Cam Earls for three. Off the rim, 7 seconds left. JP Duke Heading down the court and sends it out of bounds. And the officials discussing something. I think it might be about that extra point Bowling Springs got, maybe. I think somewhere I must have miscounted because I only had them as having 35 at some point. It was around the time they had 32 points. They got bumped up to 33. And yeah, there it goes, back down to 35. That's happened a couple of times. I guess it's maybe the scorekeeper's finger slipping or something. A handful of times teams have gotten an extra point like that. Duke for the long three, and no buzzer beater this time. So going into halftime, still a one-possession game, 35-32 in favor of the Bulldogs. Back in 10 minutes. All right, we're back, ready for the start of the second half between Boiling Springs and Spartanburg Christian Academy. Third game of the tournament for Boiling Springs, fourth for SCA, and their second one today. Boiling Springs 0-2 so far, SCA 1-2. Loser of this game will drop all the way to 7th in the tournament standings. Corey Johnson to check in for the Bulldogs. And Cam Earls will start everything out for Boiling Springs. Back to Johnson. Johnson looking around, finds Earls on the bank, and Earls misses the three-pointer, rebounded by Julius Camp. Camp going up, and now an opportunity for a three-point play. Lead jumps out to 5. Boiling Springs has a chance to make it 6.
Number 24, King.
And a substitution just 14 seconds into the half. William Thomas comes in for CJ Logan. And Camp on the money. 38-32 now. Duke tried to catch a block, couldn't get one. Now Quattlebaum looking for something. Tried to send it inside, and SCA lucky to not turn it over there. They struggled with turnovers like that one. Or they're going to say this is SCA ball. Struggled with risky passes, I should say. Because there were 5 or 6 times where SCA threw it, I mean, just directly into oncoming traffic from Boiling Springs. And they almost sent that one over half court, and you got a traveling call against Drayon Quattlebaum. And this is Corey Johnson with the long three. Biggest lead of the game for Boiling Springs, out to a 9-point advantage. JP Duke looking to change that. Gets it to Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum going inside, hesitates, got it. Back down to 7. Slips it over to Johnson. Johnson wanted the 3, now slings it over for Brown. Brown over to Camp. Camp inside, no. And it's a battle for the rebound. Jacob Weber brings it back in. Now Cam Earls has it. Going inside, and he's got it. Back out to a 9-point lead. Sam Wheeler lost the handle on it, brought in by Khalil Brown, and Brown goes up, foul. Shot number 1 is good, out to a 10-point lead for Boiling Springs, 44-34. Looking to make it 11. And indeed, an 11-point lead for the Bulldogs. This is what happened to SCA in that game against Riverside. Kind of lost their way in the third period, got down, and were not able to come back. William Thomas able to sink that one in. Oh, and taken away by Sam Wheeler. Bad pass from Earls, and Wheeler misses the layup, gets it over to Quattlebaum, and Quattlebaum puts it in. Back down to a 7-point deficit for SCA. Still a 3-possession game. 5.5 minutes remaining in the third. Bowling Springs got caught napping on that last possession. That's how Wheeler was able to take it away. And looks like they've waken up now. And I think we got oh, coach is absolutely livid. Timeout taken by SCA. Tell you what, watching him in the huddle over there with his team has been as entertaining as the game itself. Gotta get a name real quick. That coach is quite a character. And going inside with Thomas, back outside to Briley Markham in the game now, along with Keyshawn Vashy for SCA, and this one batted away. Vashy gets it back, and Bowling Springs tries to steal it, and SCA did what they could to keep it in play, but too little too late from William Thomas. Chris Arp, the head coach for the Spartanburg Christian Academy Warriors, and going inside, that one off the mark, and it'll go to SCA. No, Boiling Springs ball. Both teams have players headed toward the sideline there. SCA tried to steal it, not going to work. Julius Camp goes up and over. 49-38 now. And this is Lathan Moss trying to make something happen, gets it out to Sam Wheeler. Wheeler shifting around, looking for separation, doesn't see anyone. Ill-advised pass to Markham, still loose and brought back in by JP Duke. Duke driving to the basket, no, and rebounded by Khalil Brown. 4 minutes to play in the third period. Earls go, no, that was Johnson, and it goes out of bounds, going to be SCA ball. They mistakenly signaled for Boiling Springs first, but Boiling Springs was the last one to touch it. And now the referee's going to have to discuss this one. It looked to me like I couldn't get a number, but at least I thought one of those Bulldogs touched it, and the refs seem to be in a consensus now. SCA ball, down by 11. Duke flips it to Markham, inside to Wheeler, back outside for Duke. And Duke looking around, over to Markham again. Inside to Wheeler, tried to get it to Duke, and Duke, nope, too much, too fast. Coming in too hot on the goal there. And Boiling Springs extends the lead. Up over 50 now. CJ Logan to check in for the Warriors. Tries to get it to Moss. Moss just does what he can to keep it in bounds. And now Sam Wheeler looking around. Flips it over to Moss. Moss got a lane, tried to send it inside. It's batted in the direction of Wheeler. He loses it. Markham gets it, and double dribble by Briley Markham. Boiling Springs up by 13. Lead starting to slip away from SCA. Driving inside is Khalil Brown. Spinning, backing up, foul. He can extend the lead out to 15. Lance Moon getting ready to sub in for SCA. This one good.
Second shot coming up. Lance Moon 13 in for Warriors.
And Lance Moon now in the game for the Warriors. And the shot is good, 53-38. This is Wheeler trying to find an open man. Markham, and you can see where the confidence has been rattled, had an open 3 lane and did not take it. Again, SCA had that same problem against Riverside. Got rattled, had open lanes for 3-point shots, and still elected to try and shoot from inside the paint. 2.5 minutes to play in the third. Johnson driving inside, goes up, and traveling called against Corey Johnson. Lance Moon to check in for the Warriors. And you can hear Coach Arp over there getting on his team for not shooting the ball, thinking about it too much, and maybe didn't think enough about that pass. Ends up going out of bounds. I think we got a timeout called by Coach Arp. Yep, SCA, one calling it there. We are back. Brown checks it into Earls, back to Brown. Brown looking for separation, goes inside, now back outside. Brown able to keep it from going across half court. Wheeler tries to steal, can't get to it. Brown looking, gets it over to the bank with Earls, and Earls sinks the long bank shot. Yet another 3-pointer notched by the Bulldogs. 1:52 to play in the third. Oh no, and Duke. There's a miscommunication with Lance Moon, and SCA calls another timeout. This game not out of reach by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, and they're going to call that last shot from Bowling Springs a 2-pointer, not a 3. I mean, this one not out of reach, but SCA is going to have to start getting some stuff together. They got to figure out the passing game, and more importantly, they got to figure out how to get separation. Bowling Springs so far just seems to have the advantage speed-wise. None of the players for SCA can seem to get any open space. 1:47 to play in the third. Bowling Springs still on the sideline. There's the buzzer. Their coach appears to be drawing something up. DeAndre Keenan in the game now. He'll check it in to, that's Khalil Brown. And Brown will be the one to take it down the court, back over to Keenan. Keenan airmails at the fail, Mount back to Brown, back to fail. And fail for the long 2, off the mark, rebounded by D. Johnson, and Johnson able to sink that one. 19-point lead for Bowling Springs. The Bulldogs starting to pour it on. Keenan almost able to steal that one away from Lance Moon. Moon gets it over to Wheeler, and Wheeler again, I think maybe at the beginning of this game might have taken that 3-pointer and got a whistle. This one going to Boiling Springs. Keenan gets it to Fail. Fail slinging it back over to Brown. Brown to Keenan. Now Brown going back inside for the long two. No. Rebounded by SCA. And going inside, that's William Thomas. Able to knock some more points for SCA. They definitely needed them. And now that is Khalil Brown driving inside, got fouled. Push called against SCA. 25.2 seconds remaining in the third. Brown's first shot is good. 18-point lead. And this second shot good as well. $19-point lead for the Bulldogs. 15 seconds left in the game. Briley Markham, again, just no separation anywhere for SCA, and Markham bats it out of bounds. It'll still be Boiling Springs ball. 9.6 seconds left in the third period. Fail to check in. And Fail looking, sends it over to Brown. Brown back to Fail. 7 seconds remaining. Brown again, looking for an opening, gonna try to make one himself. Fail, just gotta take this shot, and almost had it. No buzzer beater here either. Only seen one this entire tournament, actually. So at the end of the third period, Boiling Springs really adding on to their lead. They were up by 3 at the half, up by 19 now, 59-40 when we come back to start the fourth. SCA with some work to do. Sorry about that, forgot to unmute the microphone there. Didn't miss a ton. Lathan Moss got a three-pointer, first three-pointer in a while for SCA, but other than that, not a ton happening. And Duke sends it inside to Wheeler, back outside to Moss for three, and overshot it, rebounded by DeAndre Keenan for Boiling Springs. Keenan sends it to Fail. Fail looking for an opening. Gonna sling it back to Keenan. Keenan, no look pass to Fail for three, off the mark, and rebounded by Sam Wheeler. 6 minutes to play, and this will go right back to Boiling Springs. That pass didn't have enough heat on it. DeAndre Keenan trying to make some men miss, gets it over to Johnson, and Boiling Springs taking a moment to examine the situation, and they send it out of bounds. Goes right back to SCA. 5:42 remaining in the game. More substitutions for the Warriors. Keyshawn Vashi comes in alongside CJ Logan. They check it down to JP Duke. Duke trying to catch some blocks. Again, no separation here for SCA. Boiling Springs doing a great job of keeping up, and didn't see the call, but Boiling Springs seems pretty happy with it. Might have been a double dribble. And this is Brown over to, that's Earls. And now, oh, threw it right to Duke. Johnson, and Duke lost the ball, trying to say that Johnson batted it out of his hand, but cannot win the appeal with the official. 5:14 left in the game. Boiling Springs has the ball back yet again. 59-43 points, seemingly at a premium in this fourth period. Cam Earls checking it into Corey Johnson. Back to Earls. Over to Khalil Brown. Now to Corey Johnson again. Johnson goes inside to Camp, and that one loose. Brought back in by Johnson, goes for three, off the mark, rebounded by Lathan Moss. Moss looking around, and that one knocked out of bounds by Corey Johnson. Let's stay with SCA. 4:46 remaining. Warriors down by 16. Oh, and that one taken away by Julius Camp. There was a tussle for it there at the end. Going to stay with Powdersville, and it's a foul against, or stay with Boiling Springs, excuse me. Foul called against Lathan Moss. 4:39 left to go. And another tussle for it. SCA doing everything they can to get this thing back. And going up is Corey Johnson. No foul called. And Johnson gets it back for the long two now, sinks it. Boiling Springs cracked 60. First points in a while. Timeout called by SCA. All right, 4:19 to go in the game. Last contest of the tournament for both SCA and Boiling Springs. Keyshawn Vashi gets it over to Duke. Now Duke looking, finds Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum driving, goes for the layup. No. Looked like SCA might have had a chance there at the end to get it back. Nothing happening. And I think we got a foul called against, I didn't see the number there, but this one going against the Bulldogs. 3:55 left. SCA finally getting some more points back. Again, feels like it's been a while since either team has scored. And Keyshawn Vashigo's 1 for 2 from the line. 17-point deficit faced by SCA halfway through the fourth. Corey Johnson trying to find an open man. Gonna drive inside and steps back. That one tipped and rebounded by CJ Logan. And Moss gets it back over to Vashi, to Duke. Duke driving inside, off the mark, and they're gonna say he was fouled. 2 shots coming up here for JP Duke.
JP Duke had fine shooting for the Warriors.
Duke's first shot is good. Matt Ansell subbing in for CJ Logan. And Duke's second shot good as well. 15-point deficit, 3:22 to get back in it. 5-possession game. SCA needs to start scoring, and more importantly, needs to start scoring some threes. Both of those have been tough to come by for the Warrior offense. Defensively, though, they've been reasonably sound. 61 points in a game is not terrible. Teams have been scoring right around high 60s, low 70s for most of the tournament. And I think Earls got fouled there. Yeah, they're going to call that against Ansell. 2 shots coming up for Cam Earls. The shot is good. Under 3 to play now, 2:58 on the clock. And this one off the mark, rebounded by Ansell and got whistles as soon as he got it. Foul called against Weber, I believe. Couldn't quite see the number the official gave. It'll be Powdersville ball, though. Quattlebaum to check this one in to JP Duke. Ansell looks inside to Duke, back over to Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum almost lost it, now backtracking. Sends Moss back to the corner, trying to find an opening. Backtracks, almost goes across half court, can't get any separation from Brown. Gets it to Duke, Duke hesitates, looking for a three-pointer, now wants back out, and a double dribble called against JP Duke. 2:24 left in the game now. Rolling Springs well in control. Seeing a few players for Landrum already starting to filter in. Their game starts at 5:30. And all alone is Corey Johnson for the long three. Short hops it, rebounded by Weber. Weber can't get it in. And Quattlebaum gets the second rebound. And falls over, no foul called, right back to Bowling Springs. Earl sends it down the court for Corey Johnson, and Johnson pushes off. The Bowling Springs bench pleading its case, but they're not going to get it. 1:58 to play. SCA down by 16. Moss flips it to Duke. Duke looking. And got a whistle, foul called against Earls. Looks like another push. 1:43 to play now. And, yep, looks like SCA is in the bonus now, so got a shot coming up for Duke. And this one on target. Shot number 2 coming up. Driving inside, oh, and sending it into no one. JP Duke gets the layup. SGA gonna have a little something to hang their hat on, and if we got a timeout called, we do. Boiling Springs taking that one, 1:24 to go. SCA has cut the lead down to 12, just a 4-possession game. Still mathematically possible. But again, SCA gonna need a lot to go their way. SCA already filtering back out onto the court. Matt Ansell exits the game. He's replaced by Sam Wheeler. Boiling Springs up by 12 with 84 seconds to play. Johnson flips it to Brown, back to Johnson. SCA in full court press now. Going for the takeaway, and they got it! Quattlebaum has the ball, driving down the court and going straight inside. Does not elect to go for the three-pointer. Does get fouled. He'll have 2 shots coming up. 1:11 to play. And that shot is good. SCA gets the lead down to 11 to make it a 10-point game. Dreon Quattlebaum from the line. Got it. Leads down to 10 with 70 seconds to play. SCA doesn't look like they're going for the foul yet, just a steal. Both teams in the bonus now, and Khalil Brown hesitates. Great move to be able to dodge those defenders and sink that shot. That might be the dagger. 50 seconds to play. SCA trying to get something going. William Thomas has that one stripped away. Foul called. And they're going to call that a foul against Boiling Springs. That's what the uproar is for. Looks like a pretty clean steal to me. Get it back within 10. And the shot, whoa, bounces in. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. And this one good as well. 45 seconds to play. Boiling Springs going slow now. Cam Earls looking for an opening, gets it to Corey Johnson. Johnson inside to Earls, and traveling call against Corey Johnson. Duke fakes to the inside, goes the other way. Now looking for separation, 30 seconds to go. Dreon Quattlebaum drives inside. They're going to get him for traveling. And that one's checked in to Johnson. 20 seconds to go. Boiling Springs still in a hurry. They're looking to score some more points. And flipping it down the court to Khalil Brown, back to Earl, and now they're going to let the clock roll. And 5 seconds on the clock. Boiling Springs has their first win of the tournament. coming in the second to last game overall. Game 11-12 goes to Boiling Springs by a 64-54 margin. SCA drops to 1-3. Boiling Springs moves to 1-2. And if you'll give me a moment, I can get the standings worked out. Boiling Springs' point differential is going to move up to -8. It was at -18. And looking at these other teams, that will actually put them hang on, I've still got to crunch this up. So it looks like Boiling Springs will actually move all the way up to 5th. Landrum drops to 6th. And SCA, the only team with 3 losses, goes all the way down to 7th. Oh, we got some more all-tournament team selections.
From Boiling Springs, number 3, and the Nerve. Congratulations. And from Spartanburg Christian Academy, number 12, J.P. Duke. Congratulations. And we will take 12 the rest of your season.
All right, so a few more all-tournament team selections there. Cam Earls from Boiling Springs and J.P. Duke from SCA joining Sebastian Brejano from, that was Powdersville, Banks Atkins from Chapman, Donovan Soriano from Riverside, and Pharrell Boyagueno from Riverside. Riverside's Alexi Iturbi named the overall tournament MVP. Just one more second to keep crunching these numbers. Got to figure out SCA's current point differential. It's going to drop to -14. So here are your tournament standings right now. Riverside won the tournament outright. Or not outright, they won it on tiebreakers. Mathematically eliminated Woodruff by beating SCA by more than 10 earlier. They are 3-0 with a point differential of +60 through 3 games. Woodruff 2-0 with a game coming up at 5:30 against Landrum, undefeated with a point differential of +28. Powdersville currently sits at 3rd place. They are, nope, that did not save. Powdersville should not be up there. I apologize for that. Scratch everything. Give me a moment to edit this. It looks like the document I was editing everything in did not save. So all the results I had are gone. All right, so for those of you still with us, I got everything figured up. I'll have to recheck it during the break between games, but as of right now, Riverside 3-0 with a plus 40-point differential. Woodruff 2-0 plus 16 right now. They have not played their third game. They've got Landrum at 530. Chapman 2-2 with a -7 differential in third place. Then in fourth place, Boiling Springs going up 4 spots from 7 to number 4, 1-2 with a -7 point differential through 3 games. Landrum at the 5 spot, 1-2 with a -11 point differential through 3 games. Powdersville 1-2 with a -25 through 3 games, and SCA 1-3, the only 3-loss team in the bracket, with a -14 point differential through the tournament. Oh, we'll double check those figures, make sure they're right by the time the next game rolls around. But until then, we're going to shut this stream down. The game between Landrum and Woodruff is going to take place on the Landrum High School Athletics channel, just like it did last night. That is going to be our main event. First 3 games streamed on Chapman's channel today. Last game, number 12-12, the main event between Landrum and Woodruff, is going to be streamed on Landrum's Athletic channel on YouTube in an hour flat, 5:30 p.m. Landrum and Woodruff. Don't miss it. Should be a good one.